The joys of technology.
Hmm.
Just go with what you have, Helen.
Okay.
All right. So, do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
I
do.
do.
I
I
do.
do.
Perfect. We may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. So I'm going to start off. This is quite long, and I do apologize, but there is quite a few information here in reference to this incident. This also basically happened at the Kinder Farm Park, is where this incident took place. So on May 3rd, 2020, Animal Care and Control received a report from Anne Arundel County Police Officers Rains that a loose husky type dog was on the farm complex of Kinder Farm Park and attacked three registered dairy goats owned by Danielle Hefner and her mother, Ruth Hefner. Officer Rainer's report advised that upon the arrival was directed by park rangers to the reporting parties, Miss Ruth Ann Hefner, whom advised that her daughter's goat had been attacked earlier in the day. Ms. Hefner advised that two people at the farm witnessed the incident at Mr. Walter Ellsner Jr. and Miss Lisa Mackey. The officer spoke to Mr. Ellsner and her advised that he and Miss Mackey were in and around the barn when they observed a dog running underneath the fence and into the farm area where several goats were grazing. Mr. Ellsner stated that the dog, a large husky type, was dragging a harness and leash behind him when it entered the area of the goats and attacked. On May 6, 2020, received a report from Park Ranger Overman, whom advised that she received a call over the radio from a seasonal park ranger, Newbill, that he needed assistance at a farm complex, that there was an incident. At approximately 16:20 hours, Laura Mackey, daughter of Lisa Mackey, a farm volunteer, holding Gunther, a 3-week-old baby Nigerian goat with its neck bleeding. Park Ranger Overman started to perform first aid on the goat. The farm volunteer Lisa Mackey and Walter Bud Elsner and his daughter Liberty Elsner explained to her that a large husky type dog had got under the fence in the pasture, chasing the goats up to the cow barn and attacked the goats. One with no wounds, two with lacerations to the hindquarters, and a large puncture wound around the neck of the baby goat. Park Ranger Overman advised that after she performed first aid to the baby goat, she called the goat owner, Danielle Hefner, and explained the situation to her. While waiting for Danielle to arrive, Ranger Overman spoke with the owner of the husky, a Miss Janine Nicole McDowell. Miss McDowell explained to her that she was walking her dogs through the woods and somehow the dog's clip became open, allowing her larger husky named Gunny to get loose. Gunny then ran under the fence to the pastures and proceeded to chase the goats. Ranger Overman asked for ID from Mrs. McDowell, and Mrs. McDowell advised that said she didn't have any on her. Ranger Overman then asked if she had the animal's information. She explained that it was in her car. She was willing to send it to the owner. Ranger Overman then advised while talking with Miss McDowell, a Miss Danielle Hefner and her mother, Ruth Hefner, arrived on the scene and began to examine the goats. Ranger Overman explained to both Miss Danielle Hefner and her mother she had the name and number of the dog owner and if it would be all right if Miss McDowell left the scene in order to get that information from her vehicle and then to text that information to Danielle. Ruth and Danielle said it would be okay. Ranger Overman then gave permission to the dog owner, Miss McDowell, to leave the scene to get the information and asked her to text Miss Hefner, the goat owner. Approximately 15 minutes, Ruth and Danielle became concerned that they had not received a text from Mrs. McDowell and asked Ranger Overman to look for her. Ranger Overman advised that during her search for Mrs. McDowell, she observed her leaving the park in her vehicle. Ranger Overman then turned on her patrol lights in order to have the dog owner, pull over. Miss McDowell did not pull over, so then the Ranger Overman turned her sirens on. Ranger Overman then advised that Mrs. McDowell sped up towards the exit. Ranger Overman then proceeded to pass Mrs. McDowell, block her exit from the park in order for her to stop. Once stopped, she asked if she sent her dog's information to the owner, and she explained that she didn't have it with her and that it was at her home. Ranger Overman then asked Mrs. McDowell for her driver's license. Mrs. McDowell explained that she didn't have that with her either. Ranger Overman then proceeded to take down Mrs. McDowell's car tag number so she could run it in her information later. After gaining Mrs. McDowell's information from teletype, she returned to the farm complex to provide the information to the Hefners. At approximately 17:45 hours, Ruth Hefner called the non-emergency number for the police in order to file a police report. While waiting for the police to arrive, Bud Elsner and Lisa Mackey approached her to explain in more detail what they witnessed. Miss Mack explained that she was the first adult to notice the dog in the field. She shouted to any park patrons, "Whose dog is this?" and explained to me that Mrs. McDowell did not identify herself as the owner at first and that the other park patrons had to point her out. Miss Mackey also explained that to her, Miss McDowell seemed to be out of it. Ranger Overman asked for Mrs. Mackey to explain why she thought that I'm sorry, thought that Miss Mackey explained that the dog owner was very slow to respond both verbally and physically, and that it took a lot of effort to convince her to go into the pasture to retrieve her dog. Once in the pasture, Miss McDowell showed a little effort to try and retrieve her dog and explained to Miss Mackey that she didn't believe the dog would come to her. Mr. Bud Elsner, another witness, explained that while Miss Mackey was trying to get the owner of the dog to get her dog, the dog had chased the goats from the pasture to the cow barn, then cornering them against the fence. The dog then attacked one goat around the neck, then bit two on the hindquarters, and then grabbed one of the baby goats in its mouth. Mr. Elsner explained to Ranger Overman that he had to throw a folding camp chair at the dog in order to get it to release the baby goat. After the dog released the baby goat, Laura Macri was finally able to corner the dog and catch it. After this, the dog was given back to the owner. On May 8, 2020, received a statement from Mrs. McDowell, the Husky owner. She advised that on Sunday, May 3rd, around 3 p.m., she was walking her dogs around the hidden pond through the woods. She advised that she avoids the paved trails because of social distancing. She had bad anxiety when interacting with strangers. She explained that she had a leash that's made for two dogs and never had an issue walking her dogs together. Ms. McDowell advised that part of the leash attached to Gunny somehow broke and he got loose. She advised that Gunny was running, but when she went to grab his leash and retract it, she sank in the mud, causing her to lose her shoe. Her shoe. She explained that she was near a clearing right by the area farm with the cows. Close by was a couple with their dog. So as soon as Gunny saw them, he ran towards them, very excited and friendly. Miss McDowell advised that she was still in the mud and then caught in the sticker bush while attempting to free her shoe. She explained she explained that her other dog, Padme, was still with her. Miss McDowell yelled to a couple that Gunny belongs to her and that he was friendly. She asked them if they would grab him. She was stuck in the mud. The couple's dog, growled at Gunny, and Gunny turned around and crawled under the fence leading into the cow and goat enclosure. Gunny started running with the cows and the goats in the large area. Miss McDowell then advised that she and her other dog was standing watching from the fence. She advised that she could not get into the pasture because of the fence. Miss McDowell then called her mother on the phone for help, and her mother sent a family friend to help. Miss McDowell advised that she ran along the fence and yelled for Gunny, and he did not come to her, but there was a wire along the fence, and she could not get to him to get him out. She advised that Gunny looked back and forth as though was trying to access how to get to her. She then ran towards the barn for help. Gunny ran into the same direction. He then slid under the interior fence that led to the next smaller enclosure with several goats. Gunny darted back and forth trying to figure out how to get out, but he had blocked himself in and was surrounded by the goats. Miss McDowell advised that the goats began charging at him. Some employees of the farm were in the area, so she yelled to them that her dog was stuck in the enclosure. A few of the goats began to ram Gunny hard. In a reaction, he once nipped at the larger goat. The larger goat were jumping and tripping over the little baby goats that were scrambling out of the way. I caught a glimpse of panic in Gunny's face, and he saw her beyond the fence and then ran off trying to get away from the goat. Gunny then trying to come towards her, he slipped under another fence into a different enclosure. Miss McDowell advised that she was standing just outside where he was. There was a solo goat in that enclosure, and Gunny started running when he saw the goat. Gunny did not interact with this goat and they went in separate directions. Two employees jumped in and were chasing Gunny. There was a female teenager and an older man who was waving a large 5-foot pole at him. Miss McDowell was attempting to tie up her other dog, Padme, so she could get into the area. Miss McDowell then advised that this other farm worker woman came over and was screaming at her to get her dog under control. Miss McDowell stated that she didn't know what she was supposed to do. She didn't know how to get him out. Miss McDowell then asked the worker how can she get into the closure and retrieve her dog. She advised she had another dog and the gates are locked. She asked the woman to hold her other dog, Padme. Miss McDowell then jumped the fence and yelled for Gunny. Gunny then stopped and looked in her direction, which is when the female teenager grabbed him. She then got Gunny and took him out. After a full review of the case file, all reviewing of all statements from all parties, medicals, Animal Care and Control issued a potentially dangerous order and means to protect the public and animals from further incidences under the County Code, Article 12, 403. On May 15, 2020, I, Officer Thomas, responded to 605 Kensington Avenue to conduct an inspection of the property. The owner, Mrs. McDowell, did comply. Some of the corrections were made on the 20th, and Gunny was redeemed, and then she repealed, and we're here today. And Larry, Officer Overman is here. She was actually the park ranger that was on the scene. And of course, everyone else is here to testify as well.
Okay. Ranger Overman, do you have anything to say? You're on mute.
No, sir.
Okay. Officer Thomas, anybody else from the complainant side?
I believe the Hefners are here.
Okay.
They are the owner of the goats. They can testify in reference to the severity of the smaller goat.
Okay, either Ruth or Danielle, please proceed.
The little goat actually is doing well now, but it was a matter of emergency that we had to go and get a chest tube put in place, and we have not received any reimbursement for that either. Our other two goats we were able to actually, or Danielle was actually able to treat them with antibiotics. They had puncture wounds in their hindquarters. So I just want some responsibility to, kind of happen.
Okay. Danielle, do you have anything to add?
Not really. Yeah, Gunther is doing fine. The puncture wounds were, severe at the time, but we got the drain in and he's doing really well now. So, and the other goats are doing well. So.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready for the defendant's case?
Actually, I was the one sitting there witnessing the whole thing right in front of me, and some of the statements that Officer Thomas made have a little conflict that I saw.
Okay. Bud, you're testifying for the defendant?
Larry, he's testifying for the goat owners. He was there.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add then, Bud?
There we go. I should probably just read my notes so it's not messed up. Somewhere between 1530 and 1600, I was driving from the sheep barn in Rabbit area up to the cow barn. Bill Offit will understand that route, I think. And as I was driving by the cow pastures, the goats were running as if someone was herding them. I figured it was one of our volunteers that were herding the goats up. My 17-year-old granddaughter was sitting with, actually holding a couple of the 3-week-old goats, and tending to them. When I got up and joined her, I sat on a stump with her as she was playing with the goats, and all of a sudden, the whole herd of goats came running faster than they normally do when they're being fed or something like that. It turned out that they came out of the cow pasture where we were keeping the Anguses and into a pasture that's joined to the cow barn, which is where the baby goats were. In the midst of this whole herd of goats was this dog. The dog was herding them. He herded them into what was a far corner of the cow barn. He herded the bigger goats, went into a stall area. There was probably 24 goats, didn't count them. The dog got them cornered. He immediately made a U-turn, and as the dog was coming in, almost my granddaughter is on canes, almost knocked her off the stump, scared the bejesus out of her. He made a U-turn, came back, and went straight for the 3-week-old goats. He grabbed one of them by the neck, I would say very viciously. I went for the dog. I tried, scare it with hands and everything. The dog would not let loose of the small goat. I then picked up a camp chair I was sitting on with my granddaughter. And the only thing I could do was throw it at that dog. It then dropped the goat. I was able to chase the goat out of the cow barn paddock area back into the adjoining field. The dog turned around and tried to get back at the goats. At that point, I found a piece of PVC pipe that was 4 or 5 feet long and used it as a herding instrument. I never touched the dog with it. I banged the ground with it. I was able to get the dog out of the immediate pasture that joined the paddock and into the bigger cow pasture. And was at that time able to close the gate between those 2 pastures. I chased the dog. I was trying to chase it down towards a garden area we have where I knew there was volunteers that I could holler for help for. In the meantime, the dog kind of made a turn and went up to a gate to get into the adjacent cow pasture. At that point, I'm only 71 years old, so I was a little bit tired from chasing the dog. Lisa Mackey, who was referred to, had been called. My granddaughter was Laura Mackey, came into the paddock area, and my granddaughter was trying to call Roy Fielder, anyone she could get adult-wise to come help me out. They were able to get Laura's mother, Lisa Mackey, and Lisa came into the big cow pasture that the dog was now in. The dog was out of control. The dog went after a ram goat that belongs to the Heffners, and it was nipping at the hind quarter of that goat. I was banging the PVC pipe on the fence. I was too tired to climb over the fence at that point. And between the ram goat headbutting the dog and me banging the PVC pipe on the fence, we were able to kind of scare it over into a corner of the pasture where Lisa was. Lisa was trying to get the owner of the dog to come into the pasture to help us get it. The owner was refusing to help. Lisa was very frustrated when she was talking to me. it ended up, I was able to climb the fence and get in, and we herded the dog down the pasture towards where the garden area is. By that time, Lisa Mackey's daughter, Laura Mackey, who's 10 or 11 years old, was down in that corner of the pasture. We kind of cornered the dog at that time, and it kind of laid down when it saw Laura on one side and me on the other side. And we were able to grab the leash of the dog at that point. I skipped over at one point as I was herding the dog away from the goats in the initial pasture at the paddock. I had an opportunity to try and grab the leash of the dog. It turned on me and it viciously growled at me like I didn't want any part of that. That's why the ensuing chase happened. Once we got the dog between Laura and myself, it actually kind of rolled over and seemed like it wanted its belly patted. It was either pooped or showing that it was ignoring its prey instinct. The owner didn't show up until we were on our way back up towards getting that dog out of the pastures. It was very hard to control the dog on the leash. We decided to, we couldn't get one of the gates open that would have been a direct out. I was messing up the combination. I was a little influenced by adrenaline flowing and pooped. So we were able to move the dog away from the goats up through an alpaca field and out through the another gate around the alpaca field through another goat gate. So we've got the dog back in the owner's hands. The owner did accompany us for the last little bit of the walk out of the pastures. It appeared to me, as a past law enforcement officer of many, many years ago, that the owner may have been impaired. Words were being slurred when we were asking about where the shot tags were on the dog.
I have to object. I know this is informal, but that's a pretty scurrilous allegation without having any evidence to back it up.
Okay. There were no shot tags on the dog. There was a tag with a telephone number on it, and that was all.
Jesus.
So we were concerned about whether the dog had had its shots. One of the seasonal rangers had come down, and we asked him to get Ranger Overman, who is animal husbandry qualified. She came down. Our initial approach was first aid on the dog. Initially, it appeared like the bite wasn't too awfully deep until really we got opening it up and it had punctured the skin membrane. The owner of the dog wasn't real cooperative. She wasn't saying anything. She was just kind of sitting back. We asked her if she'd go get the shot records out of her car. When Ranger Overman got there, she got more adamant that we needed the shot records from the car. And really, our primary concern was first aid on the goat. Once that was somewhat under control, Ranger Overman then dealt with the owner of the dog, and I think Officer Thomas pretty well stated what went on there. To me, what I was seeing was an owner who didn't obey the park signs, didn't keep the dog on the leash, didn't keep the dog under control. She'd been in an area of the park that is known for sketchy stuff going on. There was absolutely no excuse for that dog to be in those pastures. Once they got into pastures, there was no excuse that the owner didn't try to help to get the dog back under control. And as far as I'm concerned, in the initial part of it, that was a vicious dog. It was living by its prey instinct, which they're bred for. I think that pretty well sums up what I saw. It was obvious the owner had no clue about the prey instinct of this breed in her non-cooperation.
Anything else to add, Bud?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Officer Thomas, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I see this as a potentially dangerous order. In light of the number of goats that were bitten and injured, why wasn't this a dangerous order?
We discussed this case over and over in depth, and considering the circumstances that she did lose control of her dog. She wasn't necessarily in the park. We felt it was just necessary only to do a potentially dangerous order and not a dangerous order in this case, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready for the defendant's case?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Is there opening statements allowed in this, Your Honor? Or, I'm sorry, I'm used to being in court. Is there opening statements allowed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
First, I think there's a lot of misunderstandings regarding what happened that day, and we'll go over that during when we put on our case. There's some statements in the record that will show that I think shed more light on what happened. I think what we have here is a very friendly dog who it's an aberration. He got loose from his leash. He was on a leash, but he got loose and he got under a fence and into an area, and he was scared. And he's a big dog, and although no one's denying what happened to those goats, it's terrible. I think we have proof that my client was remorseful and that she expressed remorse, but the dog was scared. She didn't know how to get to him, and he was doing what a dog does when he's scared. It's an aberration. It's not something that he's not an aggressive dog that goes out attacking people or other animals. This was an aberration. Following that day, and this might just be a misunderstanding or game of telephone between the Hefners, their attorney, and my client, but we'll show you an email from their attorney after my client specifically asked if she could reimburse them for their fees, with him telling her not to. So I think that's important. I think my Bud over here, I think it was I don't think it was appropriate for him to speculate that my client was under the influence. That's just ridiculous. You'll hear my client discuss that she suffers from anxiety. Gunny is actually, she's in the process. It's her support dog, and when not all people, when they're in a situation like this, jump over a fence, and some people are in shock and they're scared and they don't know what to do, and that is what my client went through. And her statements in the record, which you should have, reflect that. The other thing that you'll see in the record, and I think Officer Thomas actually said this, was she did everything she could to comply with the order, and frankly, it's a shame that this isn't something that can be discussed outside the adversarial system, because most of the things in the order are fine. They're actually reasonable measures, and Ms. McDowell will discuss that she has no problem keeping them in place. But the fact is that Gunny is a very friendly dog. He has been friendly around children. There's statements in the record from people attesting to the fact that he is wonderful around children. But there's aspects of the order that specifically affect my client and her profession and what she does. So she obviously it's been affected since COVID, but she watches children and she has children at her house, and the order virtually makes it impossible for her to do that with the restrictions that are in place. She also has a roommate, who has a small children. So we have someone who is not a family member, and there's a juvenile. And so that creates other restrictions that are a little onerous on Ms. McDowell. And so we're not necessarily coming here to say we want everything lifted that's been ordered, but there's things that I think that we would ask that the board consider, or the commission consider lifting. And as far as the potentially dangerous order, the law itself talks about.
Mr. Manili,
Yeah.
let's stop right now. Obviously, the dog is home, which means you are in full compliance with the potentially dangerous order. There are typically about, if I remember correctly, 13 different specific requirements. Which ones exactly are you asking us to remove?
Let me pull up the order, please. Well, let me just go through them and so must be confined in a secured building or enclosure when he's at her property. That's fine. Uh, must be confined in a crate or a keyed lock room inside the owner's residence whenever non-family members or juveniles are at the home. That creates, I think, an onerous obligation. It goes without saying that I think that the people that visit her home or live at her home are familiar with Gunny, and are fine with Gunny. There's even a letter from her ex-husband's wife attesting that her children love Gunny and that he's very kind to them. So that's the second part of the order is specifically something that would be something that we would ask the commission to lift. The fence that's already been put in, we have no issue with that. The 6-foot non-retractable leash, there's no problem with that. The vaccinate, I mean, most of these things are things that responsible pet owners should do, and she has no problem doing it. Let's see, secure secondary barrier, she already has that. If he's ever running at large again, that they have to be contacted immediately. There's nothing wrong with that. And the other aspect, and this is just because this really was an aberration, and I think the mitigating, and this is just the label of potentially dangerous, and the fact that he's been deemed potentially dangerous, we would ask that to be lifted, just because the mitigating factors in the law specifically point to situations where the animal is defending itself or is in fear, and you have a situation where the dog got into a enclosure, couldn't get out, and was in fear, whether that was, he's not a human, so he doesn't understand what's going on. And I'm sure that he goes through fearful too. So this is a situation where we have an aberration, and it's not something that, we ever expect to ever happen again. I don't think my client ever intends to go to Kinder Park again. And I think that Ms. Thomas can attest the fact that my client has been, really on top of this. She's remorseful. And obviously this she wasn't callous about this, as some of the people seem to be suggesting. And there's also, we'll pull up a statement from Cameron Rhines, who was there that day, regarding what I think was, at the very least, a misunderstanding about what transpired after the event, regarding what my client did and did not do. This wasn't a situation where my client left the scene of an accident or tried to get away. She had given her information, and she had told them that she didn't know she had it in her car, but she would send it to everyone as soon as she got home, which she did. And I think Officer Thomas can attest that, my client was probably overly sharing with her as far as getting information to her and trying to do whatever she could to get her dog back. So I just don't want the commission to have this perception of my client that she, was acting maliciously or carelessly or wasn't remorseful about what happened, because that's just not true. And so, and I'll pull up, if Mr. Hall can pull up the email that I sent him.
Wait, Mr. Manili.
Yes.
You haven't finished going through the list of requirements.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, well, so the owner must post in the premises. So, we're asking that the tag of potentially dangerous be removed. So we would ask that to be removed. And then the owner is required to have behavioral assessment within 60 days, receive behavioral modification within 6 months. We actually have his trainer available. We're trying to he's having trouble logging in, but he'll be able to attest that he's been working with Gunny and testify about Gunny's temperament. A lot of it's been difficult because of COVID. And I think that's all the conditions I see in the order, unless I'm missing something.
Okay, you didn't address the muzzle.
The muzzle, and I'll have my client attest to that if she has an issue with the muzzle.
Okay, you also didn't address, no one under the age of 18 can walk the dog.
Can walk the dog?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not seeing that in the. Okay, yeah. So as far as the muzzle, we would not want to do that either. If he's on a leash, he should be fine. and I'll have my client talk more about that too.
Okay.
Explain why she wants to appeal those portions of the rule. And I think her vet is trying to log in as well as a witness. So hopefully we can straighten that out with Mr. Hall. And the owner's here too. But as far as an 18-year-old, I mean, she has children. Are we saying that her children can't walk her dog?
Technically, yes.
Yeah. So yes, we would. Yeah, we would obviously appeal that aspect of it. These children love the dog. The dog loves them. You know, we would absolutely appeal that.
How much does this dog weigh?
My client would have to attest to that. She can tell you that, and it should be in the records that you guys have from the when he was with animal control.
Okay.
So, and then just a couple things that I wanted you to be able to, if Mr. Hall can pull up the email or a copy of an email that I sent him.
Yes, sir. 1 second.
We just lost it. What happened? I didn't. Oh, Phil's doing it.
Oh,
Larry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Not this, Mr. Hall, not this statement, the email from the attorney.
this one here?
Yes.
All right.
So
Zoom in a little bit.
So I'm sure that the Hefners can confirm that Michael Brown was their attorney, and you'll see explicitly that he said, after my conversation with you, and they have decided not to ask you to pay the medical bills for the goods. So we don't want the board to think that my client refused to help them out with their goats. That's not true. Whether this, I don't know what happened, but this is what their attorney told our client. So that's just not the case. And the next statement, I don't have to. You guys can look at this, the Cameron Ryan statement, if Mr. Hall can pull that up. This provides just another perspective of what occurred that day. This was provided on within a day or so of the event, and goes through what happened. And I think it shows that there was likely a misunderstanding between the park ranger and Ms. McDowell. There's two sides to every story, and I think that this was just a matter of a misunderstanding. So as far as my opening statement, I'll move on to the witnesses if that's okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Hall,
Yes.
should we have our witnesses contact you if they're having trouble getting on?
Yeah, they can reach out and I can give them the contact information to log in.
Okay. How should they reach you?
I also did send that to you in an email. You could
I
forward that to
my client to get to them. Yeah.
Perfect. They can call me directly. My number is 410-222-3920, or they can email me at the same email that you've been using.
Okay.
Am I allowed to say something about my attorney?
Yes.
Okay, so my attorney had been talking to her and told me that she has said that she didn't have any money, and I felt really bad because it's not about money. It's really not. And as I said, it's about taking responsibility. And some of the posts that I have been sent, that she has posted on Facebook and her friends has posted on Facebook, was basically blaming our goats for beating up her dog. Okay, so I just want, and then saying that Kinder Farm Park was not taking responsibility because our fences were not the way that they should be. Our fences kept our animals inside. Okay, her leash is supposed to keep her dog outside. Okay, so it wasn't our fault, and she is really not have taken responsibility for what actually transpired. And that's what frustrates me.
I'd like to make a statement here. I just want everyone to realize we're here about the animals here. We were less, I mean, I understand that there's background and there's people involved and there's emails went back and forth, but we're really looking at the situation as to the dog getting into the pen. As far as who email said what about who's paying what bills, that does play a little bit into it, but don't overplay into that right now, guys. What we
That's
really,
fine.
at the incident itself is what we're here for. We're
Okay.
this animal's disposition and what needs to happen to make sure that this can't happen again. here for. We're not here to worry about who did an email here about what and whose dogs, you know, who's who's paying for what. We're here for this animal got off the leash or got away from the owner, and this happened. We need to figure out why that happened and make sure it can't happen again. Thank you.
Larry, if I may just chime in and
Yes.
do apologize, Mr. Meanley. I just wanted to advise and stuff exactly the weight. So when we had Gunny in our custody, he weighed in at 61.6 pounds. So he's,
Okay.
he's a big husky.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Manili, do you want to continue?
Yeah, if I can bring my client, Ms. McDowell, and we'll start with our case, and hopefully our other witnesses will be able to get on.
On that subject, do you have names for them, sir, so that way I can keep an eye out in case they join?
I'll have my client give the full names. She's been communicating with them. Hold on one second.
Got it.
Oh, Mr.
I no longer see Miss McDowell, so.
Oh, great.
Larry, I just have a question, please.
Yes.
So Mr. McNeely, I just have a question and stuff. So are these actual witnesses that were there at the park when this incident happened, or are these character witnesses?
I think one that was at the park, one that was on the phone with her, and one is her vet.
Okay. As far as the veterinarian concerned, I would object to it because she wasn't there on the property. Her one witnesses that was there, I'm fine with that. I'm not so sure about the one that was on the phone, basically only for what they heard. They weren't actually there.
Well, and to the one that was on the phone is more to the matters that, if I'm pronouncing your name right, Bergia mentioned aren't as relevant, so we may not need her to testify.
Okay.
And as far as the vet goes,
feel free to bring what you want to the table, but just keep in mind.
Yeah, I understand. And as far as the vet goes, as far as the vet goes, I presume that the commission is interested to know, from people that know this dog's history and know this dog's demeanor outside of this incident, as far as rendering their decision. So I would say that her testimony is absolutely relevant.
Only because the fact that, and see, that's just a character witness, in reference to that. It's not necessarily, they were there and witnessed the incident that took place. Keep in mind of this, we're here basically trying to uphold public safety. Gunny can be a great dog, and Gunny probably has got a good background, everywhere he went, but unfortunately we had an incident that took place, and it's our job basically to put these conditions in place. And unfortunately, our law, basically states that we have a right to put these and mandate these conditions so that something doesn't happen again. So as far as the witness that was actually there with her, I have no problems with that, but with the one on the phone or veterinarian, I'm going to object to.
Okay. Philip, did we lose Miss McDowell?
I am not seeing her in the list of panelists or attendees.
Okay. Mr. McNeely, I don't see any of your other witnesses or.
And just the vet is also testifying to the fact that he was suffering from an ear infection that day, to shed light on his condition, because the law does talk about if they're in pain and they're defending themselves. So I think that sheds light on what happened, in addition to providing character testimony. She said she can see and hear us, and she doesn't know why you guys can't see her.
All right, I'm still going to object to it, Larry, only for the fact that because he was running and he ran into that pen when that incident took place. So
I would agree with you 100% on that one.
If there's any way you could get Roy Fielder on this, he lives in close proximity to McDowell, and he would testify that this is not an isolated incident of the dog getting out.
Okay, Mr. McNeely, who are we expecting to testify next?
My client and a witness that was there and her vet.
Okay, because I don't see anybody else on
I mean, this is a technology that we're all trying to deal with, Your Honor, or
all right,
Chairman. So
that's fine.
I have two individuals with their hands up. That might be the other witnesses that were requested, but I'm still not seeing Miss McDowell. on the list. You said that she can see and hear us, Ms. McDowell. I would attempt to disconnect and reconnect, and
Okay.
off and on again. In the meantime, I'll try to bring up these individuals here. It's one John Groskelter Kettler. Bring him up, see who he is. If you can hear me, John, please unmute, start your video if possible. I got to get you sworn in if you're looking to testify.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, sir. If you please
Yes.
state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Grosskettler. I live at 18 Holly Road, Severna Park, 21146.
Thank you, sir. And you're looking to testify in reference to this case, is that correct?
Yes, they've asked me to.
All right, give me 1 second. We've got another witness I'll get on for the record, and then I'll get you both at the same time. I'm not seeing her on the list anymore. Okay. Nope, I see Miss McDowell. Different login there. Let me bring her back up. Miss McDowell, we can see you now. Can you unmute?
Okay, I think I did it.
Perfect. We got it now. And then we've got Mr. John here, and there were some other witnesses I was told. Do you know their names?
So I had John Grosskettler, yeah, that's Gunny's trainer, who also happened to be in the park that day, the day of the incident. I had I'm not sure who all actually came on, but I did request his vet just because Gunny has a history of ear infections, which cause him a lot of pain. And he had gotten diagnosed with a double ear infection the day before I took him to the park. So he was definitely already like experiencing pain beyond being like headbutted by the goats. And then I'm not sure who else is logged on. I think my mom logged on. My mom was on the phone with me because I had my headphones in and I had called my mom when it first started happening. So she was hearing everything like transpire.
I gotcha. What was the name of the veterinarian?
His name is hold on, I'm sorry. I don't really know how to pronounce it. It's Milad Gendy.
Okay, I'm not seeing him in the list here. Do you have a good contact number for him?
Yeah, I do. I just spoke with him and he was like trying to get on between appointments. So let's see.
I gotcha. How about your mother? What was her name?
Cindy Quaster.
All right, I got a Cindy Q here. Let me bring her up.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, just another point on the vet and testimony about the dog. It says the law says the hearing shall be open to the public, and the commission may admit into evidence all relevant evidence without regard to the formal rules of evidence. And it says including evidence of the prior behavior of the animal, and it also says mitigation. So, I think the vet testimony is relevant to prior behavior and mitigation. Mitigation being that he was suffering from an ear infection. So I would just offer that. I don't know if you're prohibiting her from testifying or you're just, I don't know if there's a ruling on that, but it seems her testimony is clearly and contemplated by the law.
Okay, that's fine. So basically your position is that an ear infection caused the dog to become aggressive and go into the fence after goats.
No, sir.
Mm.
My there's two things that happened. He went into the fence, but the situation with the goats happened after because he was fearful and he was injured. So could have been a situation where he just got into the fence and nothing happened. But the fact is, that once he got in the fence, there was an event, and the goats were client will testify rammed him because they were probably scared too. So yes, it is relevant if he's injured and he's scared and he gets hurt by something, even though he shouldn't be there. Obviously, I think that's a mitigating factor. If he had just run in, gotten under the fence and then gotten out, we wouldn't be here today. I don't think.
Okay.
All right, just keep getting these witnesses in here. Miss Cindy, if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, Cindy Quaster, and I'm at 536 East Drive, Severna Park, Maryland, 21146.
All right, Cindy and John, if I could please get an affirmation at the end of this oath. Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you both. If the veterinarian can get on, please let me know. I'll swear him in. Otherwise, we can proceed.
Okay, Ms. McDowell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to just first go back to the day that the occurrence happened. If you could explain to the commission, you know, why you were there and kind of walk us through what happened.
So I was just at the park walking my dogs, which I do every day, because I live like only 5 minutes away from Kinder Farm Park. So I walk them there pretty much, or I used to pretty much daily. I usually, during COVID, I started walking the dogs through the woods rather than the trail, just because the park is pretty crowded, and the people there don't tend to wear their like face masks and stuff. So I walked through the woods, and that particular day, I was walking through the woods by the pond, and I tripped over like a root that was sticking up out of the ground. And when I tripped, the leash hit the ground, which I think is what caused the connector piece that had Gunny to break off. And Gunny at first didn't realize that he was free off the leash, and I approached him to let him back onto the leash. Went through the woods. There was like a clearing, and he saw another dog, and he gets very excited over other dogs, so he ran through the little clearing to the other dog. So I started going after him. However, the part that he ran through was like marsh. So I like when I tried to run through it, I sunk in, and it like suctioned off my shoe. And I was trying to get my shoe on, and there was a couple that was holding the dog, and I just said, you know, he's my dog and he's friendly. If you don't mind just grabbing his leash. And the gentleman went to grab Gunny's leash for me, and then the female who he was with, who was holding the dog, their dog was barking and growling at Gunny, and Gunny like immediately kind of like stepped back and like looked both ways, and there was like all this brush on one side and there was a fence on the other. So he just went under the fence, I guess, seeing it as like his only exit point at that point. I made it up there. I saw him running back and forth, and then the cows started running, and Gunny got pretty scared because the cows were running along him side of him. So the couple that was there, they apologized to me because they said that they actually walked their dog through the woods because the dog does not like other dogs. So they apologized that he had barked at them, whatever. And I was like, it's fine, you know, I just have to go get him. So I ran up the fence towards the direction of the barn, to try and get Gunny out. And Gunny slid under another area away from the cows to get away from the cows. And there were goats in that pen as well, but he never went up to any of those animals. Once the cow started running, he got scared. So he went under a fence, like an interior fence, to another area. So I ran up and I yelled for him. He came to me, But the spot where he came to me at was they have like a wooden fence, but then some portions of the fence at the farm are like reinforced with metal, like metal fencing. And the portion where Gunny had came up to me was actually reinforced with the metal fencing. So I had no way of sliding him under the fence or anything. So I kind of was like looking around, trying to figure out a way to get him out. There was a gate to my right towards the barn. So I ran up towards the barn. And as I ran that direction, Gunny also ran that direction. But there was another interior fence blocking it. And when Gunny slid under that interior fence, because none of these fences were reinforced with the metal fencing, so he was able to easily get under them. So once he slid under that fence, he was like at the top of a hill. He saw me running down towards the barn, and he ran down the hill. When he ran down the hill, that's when he ran into the herd of goats. The goats, from what I understood, had just had their babies. So obviously the mom goats are very protective and aggressive. I actually, as a child, had goats, so I know that they can be pretty aggressive animals. And I was not surprised at all the way they reacted to Gunny being in their pen. But I definitely saw a panic on Gunny's face once the first goat rammed him. And at a point, I was at a far away kind of vantage point, so all I saw was goats all around him. So I couldn't. I saw Gunny at one point like look very panicked, and then I saw him like jump like forward. So I was thinking that he was trying to nip at the goat to get him away. I never physically saw him bite. Happened as well, but I just personally did not see that. I just all my view was blocked kind of by all the goats everywhere. Um, then I was like yelling around for someone to help me, and there was a woman standing there, and she was like, "I don't work here, but there's people at the barn." So I started walking back up, like running back up towards the barn, and trying not to lose sight of Gunny. Um, and then that's when a one of the people, a woman, I don't know her name, ran up and she was like, "You need to get control of your dog." And I was just like, "I'm trying. Like, I don't know how to get the dog out of the pen." And I looked over and I saw Mr. Alcester like hitting Gunny with a pole or a chair or something. And he grabbed something and hit Gunny with it, and Gunny like darted the other direction. And I just got like very scared. I do suffer from anxiety, which I am on medication for. And actually, Gunny is my emotional support dog, which has been certified by my therapist. Um, but I think just the panic of seeing Gunny in that situation just really put me into a panic. And I may not have been reacting as quickly as someone who wasn't feeling that inside would have acted. Unless you've experienced anxiety, I don't really know how to explain it other than like a very bad tightness in your chest. You feel like you kind of can't breathe, and you feel like you can't move for a moment. Like it's almost like an out of body experience. Like you're watching this happen, and you're just like, I don't know what to do. So I definitely started feeling that, and I was holding back tears, and the woman was screaming at me, and I was just said, "Okay, like, please take my puppy so that I can go get Gunny." This Padme, who I had with me, she was only like 4 months old, so she's a small dog. Um, the woman finally did take Padme's leash from me, and then she immediately handed it over to a group of teenagers that were standing there that were strangers, which made me feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, I was in the middle of climbing a fence at that point. I was trying to put all my things. I had like a fanny pack in, so I was trying to zip it up so I could not drop my stuff. And she was just yelling at me like, jump over the fence, jump over the fence, which I was trying to do all that. I'm not accustomed to jumping fences, so I guess I wasn't moving as fast as she had thought that I should have, but I was doing my best to jump over there. Once I jumped over into the pin, um, I yelled Gunny's name, and he was kind of running in circles to get away from um, Mr. Alcester, who had the pole, who had already hit Gunny previously. And I yelled for his name. As soon as I yelled for his name, he just stopped dead in his tracks. And he looked over at me, and the younger girl that was in the pasture at the time ran over and grabbed his leash. And then I ran over to Gunny and took his leash from her. And then they attempted to get me out of the gate that was right there, but it was rusted shut. So then they led me to another gate, which they also could not get open. And then finally we had to walk back through the goat pasture where the incident took place, where Gunny walked past all the goats without any issue. We had to walk through the llama enclosure, and we had no issue walking past the llamas. I mean, Gunny at that point had calmed down, and once I had him, he definitely, I could tell, felt like relieved that he was out of the situation. I once out of the pasture, I spoke with the owners or the volunteers that were there. They they said, let us check the goats and make sure no one's hurt. So I sat there while they did that, and they like individually brought the goats up. And at first they had told me the goats were fine. And I was like, okay, well, good. And they're like, well, we need to call the ranger to process a report. So I said, okay. So I waited for the ranger. At this point, my friend came, Cameron. He was with me while I was waiting, and I had him take the dogs on the leash away from the area so that I could talk to the rangers and stuff. I gave the ranger my statement of what happened. While I was talking to the ranger, one of the girls said that one of the goats was bleeding. So we all walked over to look at the goat, and I saw a small scratch on the goat's shoulder, I would say. And it was a very tiny goat. And they like cleaned it off and basically told me that they thought the goat was going to be fine. They put the goat down and the goat ran away. And I said, okay. I said, well, please take my information. Um, like, if anything changes, please let me know. So I gave them my phone number. They had asked for my ID, but I was walking my dogs through the woods. So I didn't have any ID with me at all. And so they asked me for Gunny's papers just to be sure he was updated on his shots. And I told them that I might have the tag in my car, but either way, I have the information at home. I had just put a new collar on Gunny, so I had his old one that had the tag on it in the car, but or I thought that I did, but once I got to my car, I realized I didn't. But I did have all the paperwork at home, and I told them, I live 5 minutes away. So as soon as I get home, I will text you and email it to text Danielle or email it to the ranger. And they said that that was fine. So we left the situation. Well, I had sat there and waited for the owner to come, for Danielle to come to look over the goats. Everything from my impression at that moment was fine, and like catastrophe was avoided. Gunny was back with me. He was calming down, and the goats were running around and playing fine. Like, I had no idea that any of the goats were seriously injured at all. I walked with my friend Cameron up to my car, which was located at the top of the hill. So that was about a 5-minute or more walk. We loaded the dogs into the car, into my SUV, and Cameron actually had parked his car closer to the barn. So I actually drove out of Kinder Farm Park, through the neighborhood onto Jumpers Hold Road, turned, drove back into Kinder Farm Park to take Cameron to his car. So at no point was I ever like trying to avoid or escape or any of those things that they were trying to say that I was doing. I actually drove back into the park. So I dropped Cameron off to his car. I was on the phone with my mom the whole time, telling her what was happening and how it was just so crazy, and how I was like having a panic attack. And I know my mom was like concerned about me driving at all, but I told her, I wasn't far from home, that I think I would be okay. So she just had wanted me to stay on the phone with her. So I dropped Cameron off, and then the ranger called me, or no, not the ranger. One of the volunteers called me and said, "Where did you go?" And I said, the ranger said that I could email her the information. They have all my info. They have my name, my address, my phone number. So I'm going home to get the information. She's like, "You need to come back." And I said, this being a volunteer who I hadn't spoken with, so I was like, I don't, I answered my phone. Obviously, you have my phone number. Like, there's no reason why I need to come back. The ranger just told me that I could leave. And this woman was just like screaming and irate with me, and then hung up. And so I was on the phone with my mom, and I told my mom what just happened. I was like, "This lady just called screaming at me, telling me to come back." I was like, "But the ranger said I could leave. I don't know what to do." I was like, "I want to just get my dogs home at this point." And my mom was like, "If she's not the ranger, then you should just go home. You don't have to just listen to some like random person screaming at you." So I said, "Yeah, you're right." So I went to drive home. As I was driving out of the park, I saw the ranger's vehicle pass me. And I looked in my rear view, and I saw them drive over the hill. So I was driving out. I couldn't tell if it was the same ranger. I just saw the ranger vehicle. So I was driving out of the park, and as I approached the exit to the park, the rangers came up behind me with their lights on. And so I pulled to the right. There was two lanes. Um, I pulled to the right, and the ranger kind of went around me. So I was thinking like, oh, something must have happened. Like, I had zero inclination that the sirens or lights were for me. Um, and so I pulled to the right, and then immediately the ranger went around me and just pulled in front of my car, just slammed on her brakes. And I slammed on my brakes. The dogs went flying to the front of the car. The dogs are crying and yelping. My mom's on the phone. My mom's thinking I had a car accident. So my mom's like screaming. I'm telling my mom, like, "I'm okay, I'm okay." Like, this lady just stopped right in front of me. And next thing I know, like, she comes up to my window. My mom was on speakerphone, so my mom heard everything. And the ranger was like, "Where's your ID?" And I told the ranger again, I said, "I'm sorry, I don't have my ID on me." Like, um, I was like, "I live," sorry, the vet just tried to call me. I just told her, like, I lived right across the street, and I just came here to walk the dog, so I just didn't bring my purse. And she was like, "Well, I need to take your license plate down." And I said, "Okay, that's fine." So she did, and then she just got in her car and drove away. So I drove home, and because my dogs had been at the vet that previous day, I actually had the whole file. I keep like a file on the dogs. So I had the whole file sitting out on my kitchen counter. So when I came home, I pulled out those papers immediately. I took photos of them. I texted them to Danielle, and I emailed them to the ranger, with all of Gunny's information, and then just a little statement just saying, like, "I'm very sorry that this happened today. And please let me know if there's anything like further that I can do," etc. So I sent everything immediately as soon as I got home. Like, I even showed, my attorney has photos of like what time they called me, what time I left, and what time the incident happened, and what time I sent the email. So you can see that it was immediately. I got no response. from the email, no response from my text message, and I never heard anything from any of them until 2 days later when animal control showed up at my house and told me they were taking my dog.
Um, Now, as far as you heard me going over with the chairman about the order that you received, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can we go through? There's a couple that we've talked about that you're specifically asking the commission to reconsider. But there's other aspects of it that you have no problem keeping in place. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Why don't we walk through that and kind of explain to the commission your reasoning behind that?
Okay. Sure. Go ahead.
So when we're looking at the order, let me just pull it up and I'll ask you about.
Mr. Manili.
Yes.
We went through the list already. The only one,
Okay.
let's just discuss the ones that were in dispute. We don't need to go through all three.
Okay. Okay.
The
So
ones let me bring them up. The ones that you brought up as being of issue were the key locked room, the dog being labeled a potentially dangerous dog, the muzzle, and somebody under the age of 18 walking the dog. So let's deal with those.
okay. So the key locked room, whenever you have juveniles or non-family members in the house, can you explain why you're asking the commission to reconsider that?
Just because I babysit, so I very often have non-family members in my house. Also, I have children who have friends over. I have a roommate who has 4 kids. So all in all, there's 6 children that live in my home that Gunny is around all day long. So per this order, Gunny has to be in a crate essentially all day long or a locked room all day long, which I just feel is very unfair for his livelihood, especially given the fact that it's within my own home and around people that he has seen regularly. I did provide statements from all the parents of the kids who I babysit saying that they have no problem with their dog or with their child being around Gunny, that they've never had an issue, and their children actually very much love Gunny. So it's just a super inconvenience for our household, and not very fair to Gunny. He's used to having kind of his run of the house, and for me to lock him up, he barks and cries, and he just doesn't understand like why I'm doing that. And for my own self, with him being my like emotional support animal, I'm very used to having him with me. Like he just makes me feel comforted. So for me to have to be out of my house and hear him crying from a crate during the day, like is very, very, very hard for me. And I just feel that it's just not necessary. I do have secondary gates all throughout my home, which Officer Thomas has seen, and I'm trying to keep the secondary gates. I've actually, since Officer Thomas been to my house, I've actually added more gates, mostly because I have a puppy, but they also, Gunny also adheres to them as well. So I'm able to keep them confined to certain areas of my home that are open so that, they can still see us, we can still see them, but they're not able to go downstairs. They're confined to basically like the living room, kitchen, dining room area, which is all open. So I'm fine with continuing to keep that. I just really don't want to have to lock him in a crate or in a room for all day, because that's what it is. It's all day, every day. And that's what that order is requiring me to do.
Okay, and then what about the having anyone under 18 welcome? Does that cause you any issues?
Honestly, my daughter just turned 18, and or she's getting ready to turn 18, and my older son is 20, and he's just got deployed in the Marines with the Marines, so he's not home to walk him. My daughter, she does walk him, but she's about to be 18, so that shouldn't be an issue. My youngest son, who's only 11, I've never had him walk the dogs unsupervised. I always walk with him, so If anything, like he can just walk Padme and I'll walk Gunny. The only issue that, and I've discussed it with my trainer already about how I'm just gonna start walking Padme on her own a little bit. It's because Padme is still a puppy, so I'm still really working on leash training with Padme. So it's hard for basically my son could handle walking Gunny more than he could handle walking Padme, if that makes sense. She's smaller, but she's not trained on a leash, so she's kind of everywhere. But to solve that, I've just been walking them separately instead. Um, so it's not a terrible inconvenience, but it is still an inconvenience because it was good exercise for my 11-year-old who likes to spend his days playing video games mostly. So getting him out of the house is always a plus, which is the whole reason why, or one of the reasons why I wanted to get dogs in the first place, for my kids to experience that.
Okay. What about the muzzle? What part of the order?
The muzzle just does not work. I cannot for the life of me get Gunny to put a muzzle on. I've tried. He like absolutely freaks out when he has it on. The trainer has given me a couple suggestions of how to get it on him and in a way that's not scary for him. I've been able to successfully get it on him at the vet. If the vet has to do, like Gunny had like a cut on his paw, and obviously Gunny doesn't want you to touch it. So we muzzled him so that he had no way of, the problem was he was licking his cut. So we wanted to be able to medicate it with all that, and we were able to get it on him, but it was only because I was literally like hugging him and petting him the entire time that he had it on. So I mean, animal control, the girls that were there that day could attest to the fact that it took 3 of us to put the muzzle on Gunny, and he was just freaking out, like crying. Like he was not aggressive at all. He just was crying it and like scratching it, trying to scratch it off and shaking his head and just like just obviously very, very uncomfortable with it. So that's why it's just not realistic. Like I personally on my own cannot get one on him by myself.
Okay. And then as far as the potentially dangerous label, why is it that you are asking the commission to reconsider that aspect of the order?
I would like the potentially dangerous order to be reconsidered due to the fact that I babysit children in my house. I also my roommate and I homeschool all of the children. So having this order is just a hindrance to all of that, because that order is what's requiring Gunny to not be around children. When my roommate and I have begun the proper paperwork to open a daycare in our home, which we still need to get inspected for, but everything else we've done so far. However, from what I understood, if I have a animal that's labeled dangerous, it will hinder me from being able to have my daycare and have my whole house or all the areas of the house approved as daycare as I'd want. So I would not be able to make the type of income that I need or have the amount of children that I would like to have.
Have we gotten the veterinarian on yet, Mr. Hall?
He just tried to call me while I was giving my statement, so I'm wondering if maybe he wasn't able to get on.
So I have an individual on the list labeled as Gunny, which has
that might be him.
just raised his hand, so I'm guessing that's him. Let me pull him up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get him sworn in right quick.
Thank you.
Larry,
Yes.
I'm still going to object to the veterinary statement. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, I understand that. When the vet gets, the vet is there. Okay, I would like to ask Ms. McDowell a question, and I'm glad the vet's on so you can hear this. Ms. McDowell, you testified, I believe, that Gunny has behavioral issues when he has ear infections, and that he has ear infections frequently, and that he was diagnosed with an ear infection 2 days prior to you taking him to the park. Is that correct?
No, I
Didn't
never
say
said he has
behavior.
behavioral. I never said he had behavioral issues. No. I just said that it causes him a lot of pain. So, for instance, if anything had rubbed or hit against his head or his ear, it would have hurt worse for him if he had not had the ear infection. Just his ears get very sensitive. Like, there's been times when he's had an ear infection where I just simply put his head and he kind of yelps out like it hurt. So he just gets very, very sensitive, and he is prone to the ear infections. I mean, I would say he was. I don't know if that would consider it being prone to it, but he's had it quite a few times.
Okay, this scares the daylights out of me that you'd want to put small children in an environment with a dog that's got that kind of sensitivity.
I've never had a behavioral issue with him. He's never been aggressive. I'm just saying that it makes him be more into more pain. So in that day he had ear infection. So if he was head butted by a goat in that area, that would have caused him a lot of pain.
Oh, I believe that, but I don't believe the goat attacked him. He went into the pen.
Yes, he did go in the pen, but yes, the goats absolutely did attack him.
And he bit several goats.
Um,
So
in
So I would be afraid
Yes,
of
the-
I would
the
be
goat-
afraid of small children in your household that love dogs and go over. He's got an ear infection. They go over to hug the dog and get bit in the face or something because they don't know any better.
No, he's never acted aggressive over that. I'm just merely stating the fact because part of the law states that if the dog is reacting out of pain, which Gunny obviously was. So Gunny was reacting out of pain for one, for being kicked and headbutted by ghosts, but also that he was already in more pain. So it would probably hurt more than normal. The goats absolutely did attack him, which I don't blame the goats for doing because he was in their area and they were there to protect their babies. And Gunny reacted as any animal would react in that situation.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go to the veterinarian. I know his time is precious.
I gotta get him sworn in real quick. Sir, if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Hello,
Hello, sir. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
my name is Milad Gindi, Dr. Gindi. The address is 590 Benfield Road, Savannah Park, Maryland, 21146.
Thank you, sir. And do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Good morning, Doctor. I'm Ms. McDowell's attorney.
Good morning.
You're signed in as Gunny, so you're familiar with Gunny, Ms. McDowell's dog?
Correct.
And have you spoken with Ms. McDowell regarding the incident that we're talking about today?
Yes, that was happened May of this year.
Okay. And it's my understanding that prior to the incident, you diagnosed Gunny with an ear infection for which he was being treated?
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain how that ear infection might have affected Gunny if he was in a situation where other animals were hitting him or running into him?
So I saw Gunny. Let me pull up his charts on May. I want to be more accurate. Because I've seen hundreds patients after. I saw Gunny May the 2nd, and I diagnosed him with otitis externa, which is ear infection. And my note says severe amount of yellow discharge, pinna inflammation, both ears. That means the ears, the pinna, external pinna, was very inflamed, severely inflamed, a lot of amount of yellow discharge. By testing that discharge, it reveals a lot of amount of bacteria, cocci and rods, most common bacteria causing ear infection. And we found some yeast. So that was mixed infection, which is bacterial infection mixed with yeast infection or fungal infection inside the ears. These two types of infections like the bacteria are making colonies, make the ear inflamed, sometimes may affect the nerves, the balance, and I think it's painful for any dog or even human. Of course, I cannot feel what he was feeling at the time, but based on my medical notes, it looks like it was painful.
Okay. So if Gunny was in a situation where other animals were running into him or interacting with him and possibly touching his ear, are you there, sir?
One more time, sir. I have difficulty hearing you.
Oh, sure. If around that time, if Gunny was in a situation where he was surrounded by other animals, such as a goat, and they were running into him and possibly hitting his ear, would that be a painful experience for him?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. And so in a dog in that situation, if another animal is being aggressive towards him and doing that, would that be a reason why the dog might try to defend himself or to try to protect himself from his ear being hurt?
I don't know how to answer this question, but each dog is different. Like I have a lot of cases with ear infection. We haven't had this issue, so
Okay.
each reaction would be different than the other. But
Does it-
some
does
of them
it-
react.
I'm
Some
sorry,
of
go
them
ahead.
some. Do you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, some of them react more than the other, and I was not there to see what happened. That makes sense?
Did you hear what happened though? Do you understand what the incident was?
Yes, I know. Let me read the notes. He ran and he bit some goats at Kinder Farm. Am I right?
Okay. So with that, is that happening consistent with a dog who is in pain and who may be reacting to other animals, hitting him and hitting his ear area? Is that possible?
It's possible, but is it common or not? This is not my answer. Again, each dog is acting differently than the other. But
he
it's
was.
possible.
It was very likely that he was in pain at that time. On your diagnosis.
Based on my medical records, yes, it seems like it's painful. It's penile inflammation, inflamed of the ear, and a lot of exudate, a lot of gunk inside his ears.
Okay.
I cannot feel him. I cannot feel what he's feeling.
No, I understand.
I go with my medical notes, which is I think I already sent them to you guys. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, what was that?
Normally, I would lean over to my client and ask her if she had any questions, but Ms. McDowell, do you have any more questions for your doctor?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Okay.
And I want to add one more thing. Hello?
I do have a comment for the doctor.
I cannot hear you guys. Sorry.
You said you wanted to add one more thing?
Yes. I saw him the first time with on April 24th, 2019, and he has some ear infection as well. So it seems like it's concurrent condition. That was back on April of last year. We were paper based, then we transferred to computer based. So I saw him in April with the same situation. Yeah, that's all. Do you guys have any questions for me? I need to start my surgery.
I do, Mr. McNeely. I have a question for the veterinarian.
Okay.
Do you need me again?
Yeah, I can hear you as long as you can hear me, sir.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay, good. So my question to you is, in your commenting and basic on the painfulness of the ear infection. So I'm going to reiterate this question again, is that you're telling us in your medical opinion that this infection is basically made Gunny fence and go into a goat pen and attack them.
No, I
No,
didn't say that.
objection.
The question was, is it painful? My answer, I don't feel the pain, but I think it's painful. Does it make him bite or does it make him be acting weird? I cannot answer. It could be something else triggers him. Could be the pain. But I was not there. Sometimes
Okay.
I'm not a behaviorist. I'm not a behaviorist.
That's fine. So as far as behavior and stuff, are you saying maybe in your medical opinion that this could be prey drive?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, sir. That's all
Do
I
you
have.
hear me? I have difficulties hearing you.
Yes, sir. You answered my question. Thank you very much, sir.
What did,
pleasure.
I didn't hear the question. What was the question? Did you understand the
question-
question?
But the question he asked, the question she asked him was, could it also have been prey drive with the dog? And his answer was yes. It could have also been prey drive instead of also possibly could have been that he was in discomfort from his ear. I believe that was the answer.
Okay,
Correct.
is that, did you understand that that's what you were answering, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
Anything else?
I excuse myself. I have another patient.
Okay.
Unless you have other questions.
I don't. Thank you, doctor.
I'm sorry. Do you have any more questions?
No.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Mr. McNeely, anything else?
I just could I ask a few follow-up questions of my client?
Sure.
Ms. McDowell, you said that Gunny has had ear infections on and off throughout the time that you've had him, correct?
Normally in the spring, like when the pollen gets really bad. So I think because it's always been, and Dr. Gilliard just reminded me that the last time he had it was in April. So and then he had it this May, and now that I think about it, it's always been like in the springtime. So whatever it is in the air in the springtime, I guess is triggering him to have these ear infections. Yeah.
And in April, the last time around that he had it, did you have children in your home?
Yes.
And how many children would you have in your home at any given time?
Last April, I watched my nephew. I watched two of my nephews and my boyfriend at the time's daughter. So I had 3 to 4 kids in the house that were all under the age of 5.
And how did they interact with Gunny?
They are fine with Gunny. They climb and play all over Gunny, and he's always been fine. Anytime that I know that if he has an ear infection, I usually just say to people like, don't touch his ears because it hurts him. But he's never reacted aggressively about it, but it definitely does cause him pain. Like it's pretty obvious that he's in pain because if you pet his ear, he kind of pulls away or he will like cry a little bit. But
And
yeah,
has he ever acted aggressively towards any children that are in his presence ever?
no.
Larry, I would object. That's not why we're here. We're here based upon an animal to animal incident.
Yep, I agree. Okay. Any more testimony, Mr. McNeely? Or Ms.
No, sir.
McDowell?
The trainer.
Oh, I'm sorry. The trainer's here. Mr. Groskettler?
Yes.
Hi. My understanding is that you're Gunny's trainer.
Yeah.
And how have you known Gunny?
Middle of July.
Okay. And my understanding is that you were at the park on the day in question in May.
Yeah, but I just saw a lot of commotion, and then sort of after the fact, put 2 and 2 together. We'd asked a couple days later, walking our dogs, and somebody said a goat was bit by a husky.
Okay. Now, and your what have you? Why were you retained for Gunny?
To help train Gunny in obedience, okay, and his behavior.
And what have you observed in your interactions with Gunny?
Gunny's very friendly dog. Both of the dogs were when I entered the house. They both came right up to me, showed no aggression, no
Knowledge and training
fear.
does he have?
Just very friendly.
Makes him qualified to do
I
that.
saw
That's smart.
Gunny with the children, okay, and so absolutely no aggression in any way. Seemed just like a very friendly dog.
Just asking the list of qualifications of training.
Larry,
Yes.
and stuff, I'm not really necessarily objecting, but what is the qualifications that Mr. Coskettler has as far as a trainer?
I've been doing this I've been doing it for a living for about 14 years, for over 14 years.
And what is your credential, sir? Where do you,
I have
you
a
work for a
franchise.
facility?
No, I have a franchise.
So you're commercial.
Yes.
What is the name of your facility?
The name of the franchise is called Bark Busters.
Okay.
And what does Barkbusters do, sir?
In-home family dog training, basically. Behavior, obedience.
And how many dogs do you think you've trained in the last 14 years?
It's got to be a couple thousand.
Have you seen aggressive dogs?
All the time.
And do you think that Gunny exhibits behaviors of the aggressive dogs that you've trained?
No, in my time around Gunny, I've seen absolutely zero aggression.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Okay.
I have a question for Bud, if we have a second.
Yes.
I go back to his timeline with this whole thing. I'm trying to get a feel for, it's obvious that at some point the dog was rammed by at least a ram, if not maybe other goats. I believe in your timeline, Bud, you said that the dog had come in and had herded the goats to one corner or potentially another corner and had circled around a couple times before he came back to the young goats. I guess they're 3-week-old goats. At which point he grabbed one by the neck and grabbed it. At what point did you see the dog get rammed? Was it prior to, how did that all work out again? If you could run back over quickly that timeline. I'm trying to get a feel for, I've never been to Kinder Farm Park. I've seen it at a distance. I've seen it from aerial photos, but I'm not very super familiar with what you're talking about. But the way I heard it from you, I was picturing in my head that, that those two things happened kind of from like a separate area, that the older goats were separated somehow from the younger goats.
Yes, sir, that's exactly true. What I observed was initially a herd of goats in a lower pasture that as I was driving up to the paddock area, it appeared someone was herding those goats. I thought nothing of it. I figured a volunteer was just moving them from one pasture to another. I drove past those pastures, got into the paddock area with my granddaughter, and was sitting there tending to the young goats. It was at that point that the whole herd of goats came through, I'll call it an upper gate, into a smaller field that then joins the paddock area. And they came in as a herd with the dog. I think it was 3 or 4 goats behind it, and it was in the middle of the pack. The rest of them were in the front. It came into a very narrow paddock area, got the goats all cornered, and then whipped around looking for an easy target, is what it appeared to.
So let me stop you right there real quick. The paddock area is where the baby goats were, and they were not in the same spot as the older goats, and the older goats were herded in by the dog to the same area where the baby goats were?
That's correct.
Okay.
I question how Miss McDowell saw me hitting a goat, because I didn't. Although in that paddock area, which she was nowhere near at the time, the only way I could get that dog to drop the goat that it had in its mouth was I did a little camp chair I was sitting on with my granddaughter, and I threw it at the dog.
Understand? Yeah. I really just want to get a feel more for, if the dog had turned around. I mean, I can't imagine a 3-week-old goat you know, in any way you're scaring this dog that's 60 pounds plus. So I'm just trying to get a feel for, was the mother goats in there with it trying to protect it at the time and got hit, or did this dog turn and come to just a group of baby goats and then do that? That's different than if it's in getting worked around by other goats, potentially getting hit. That's where I'm trying to get my head around. If these two were separately, you know, if there were separate incidents there, that's where I need to that's where I'm trying to get my head around.
It was totally separate. The older goats were herded by the dog into a stall area. There was a couple of them right outside that stall. The dog whipped around and went after the baby goat. And it was not until I got the baby goat free from the dog and started herding it out of that area into another pasture that it went from the one big pasture I had it in to a pasture that was separated from a fence that I wasn't fit enough to climb at the time. It went after two of the female goats and the male ram goat. It's the one that provoked the ram goat from headbutting it, because the ram goat was tired of it biting its hindquarters. It was the dog instigated the contact with the goats. It's the dog that caused it to be headbutted. At no time prior did any of the goats attack that dog.
Can I also add that our goats are dairy goats and they do not have horns? I mean, they're basically defenseless because we have to burn the horns off because we we use them as dairy.
Thank you. Ms. McDowell, I wanted to ask you, I mean, did you witness at all your dog having this baby goat in its mouth? Did you see that at all from where you were standing? From what I understand, you've said in your testimony, you said that you could see the panic on your dog's face, and in your next sentence, you said you were so far away that you couldn't see what was going on.
No, I wasn't. I didn't say
I'm
that.
paraphrasing, but
No, you're fine. Yeah, I saw the panic in his face, like as the first two goats out of the group kind of ran up around him. The one like headbutted him immediately, and then that's when he kind of was like running, and kind of like stopped himself because he was running down a hill, and then like by that point he was like within the whole herd of goats. I saw the one go butt him, and then I saw Gunny's face in panic, and then I saw Gunny like whip his head back like he was trying to nip back at the goat that just head butted him. But then another goat hit him from the back as well, and then by that point like all the goats had surrounded him, and the baby goats were right there because the big goats were like jumping over the baby goat to get to him. And I understand because it was mom goat protecting their baby goat. And I know they told me that the goats actually had their horns burnt off that day. So I don't know if the goats were also like in pain. I'm not really sure how that affects goats, but
did you actually see the initial question I had really was, did you see your dog with the baby goat in its mouth?
no, I never saw him with the baby goat in his mouth. No.
Okay, so you couldn't see that from where you were standing. I mean, but you don't disagree that based on the veterinary records after the fact that the dog did injure the baby goat?
Yes, after the fact, like they never sent me anything saying like this injury was a result of a dog bite or whatever, but I had no doubt that, you know, in the midst of everything that was going on, that could have happened. But I never saw I could see Gunny the whole time, but my view was obstructed just by the fact that all the goats were around him.
I got you.
But I never saw him like carrying a goat in his mouth or anything like that. No.
I'm just trying to reconcile. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
two different takes on this whole thing. I'm trying to reconcile the two. So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, also my point of view was from a different area than Mr. Elsesser's point of view was. So.
Okay. Do we have any more testimony, Mr. Manili?
No, sir.
Okay. Are we ready to close for deliberations?
Nicole, your mom's waving her hands. I'm not sure if she's going to essentially testify to what Nicole said on the incident in canned. I don't know if we need any further testimony on that. I don't want to. What do you, Nicole? Is there anything else your mom's going to add besides what you already told them?
I mean, other than the timeline, like my mom was on the phone with me, so she was heard the I had like my headphones in, so she heard me talking to the volunteers. I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay, sorry. My mom is actually here, so she she was on the phone with me, but she wanted to testify to the fact that okay, so when Gunny has his ear infections, I'm like a big wimp because I can't stand the thought of like hurting him. So I don't like to give him his medication. Um, and so my mom does it for me. So that's what she wanted to testify, the fact that he does not get aggressive when his ears are touched during that time, during the time that he has
your lawyer
earaches.
Officer Thomas?
Yeah, I'm just basically objecting to that because it's irrelevant to this case.
Okay. All right. Are we done with testimony so we can go to open deliberations?
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes.
Manili?
Yes.
Okay. Normally I start polling my fellow commissioners, and then I'm usually the last one to comment, but I'd like to comment first on this one. I got two serious issues with this case. One is, I think credibility of the trainer is fine, but the issue that seems to come up repeatedly is the dog is only a problem when it has an ear infection. So if the dog didn't have an ear infection when it was with the trainer, the dog could have been wonderful, as he indicated. Number two, we have a request to remove the PDO when in fact Officer Thomas testified that they debated heavily as to whether this should be a dangerous dog order versus a PDO. So I mean, to me, it could have gone either way. But to reduce this in light of what's happened, I just don't buy it. So, Tom, I'm going to go to you. Comment.
So the way I see this is, I'm looking at this as the animal gets off, gets away from the owner. Okay, that's where this starts. The animal gets away from the owner, regardless how this dog is. The key lock room. I think that the dog being walked by an 18-year-old, I don't see any major reason to remove that. The muzzle, I see no reason to remove that. Obviously, if this dog gets away from the owner again, the muzzle is going to protect everybody in this situation. Understanding that it can be hard to deal with that. But generally speaking, the way I see it is this animal got off leash, regardless how it got off leash, or maybe not even off leash, but just out of control, and got into a situation where it harmed other animals and potentially, maybe because it was scared or otherwise. But if that dog, had a muzzle on at the time, then we wouldn't be talking about other animals that got bit. And if this dog got rammed and everything else, then that's what we'd be dealing with potentially, I guess. But, I think that in the long run, I'm looking at the PDO is what it is at this point. I think, I'm fine to move on the key to lock room. That she seems to be fine on all the other steps. I think that I could, I could be swayed either way, maybe on the 18-year-old walking the dog, but I think the muzzle has to stay.
Okay, I agree. I mean, the other fear here is that we're introducing small children into a daycare environment that are unfamiliar with the dog. And, in light of the frequency of ear infections, we've got to err on the side of public safety.
I agree with that to an extent, but because this is not I understand where we are with this and kind of what happened, and I will give some credit to the fact that if the dog got into that pen and regardless what prey drive, or it was fear or prey drive, whichever one it was, if this were if this were the dog got into a playground and ran around and did all this, obviously we wouldn't, key and lock room, no kids, no daycare, obviously, but I'm willing to give the dog that at least it was in a situation outside with other animals that, that's where I'm at with it anyway. So I see what you're saying about the kids.
Okay. Ed, you're on mute.
Yes, no, I'm here. I agree with Tom. The muzzle should stay in place at least when it's being walked. I agree that we would if a muzzle was on it on the day in question. I don't think the PDO should be messed with at all. Title, I think enough leniency was granted in the issuing of it in the first place. Um, um, and other than that, I think I'm just going to repeat basically what Tom just said. Um, I agree with it wholeheartedly. The muzzle should stay in place. I'm willing to, the 18-year-old or whatever. I think that basically from Ms. McDowell's testimony, that take care of itself.
Yes.
Yeah, and the child care. I share your concern, Larry, with that, but I don't know whether that uh, is something that we can get into the child care other than that issue in the PDO of keeping the dog in a locked cage when there's children in the home. But other than that, like I said, I agree with Tom's assessment. The muzzle should stay in place, especially when it's being walked, and the PDO should not be downgraded.
Thank you. Officer? Officer? There you
Yes,
go. Okay.
ditto. Potentially dangerous orders to stay in place.
Okay. That's it?
Yep.
Okay. Elizabeth?
Okay, so just wanted to thank everybody for their very thorough testimony. Thank Animal Control for a very thorough investigation. Recognizing again, as we all know, these situations are not easy for any of the parties. It's a very scary thing to have happen to everyone involved and all the witnesses and everyone who was there and afterwards as well. So, this hearing is not about designating the dog as a bad dog or that it doesn't have very nice temperament otherwise, but we are dealing with an incident. And the incident is pretty, the facts are the dog was at large and not under the control of its handler who had care, custody, and control of the dog. It was not in control. So and then there was a resulting incident. And the incident, factually speaking, the incident resulted in damage. And the damage on the bite scale is, you know, middle of the bite scale, it's about a 3, I think. And it had caused puncture wounds. So there's just no those are the facts. Um, let's see. So there were a couple of things I just wanted to comment on. Um, for the benefit of I guess Ms. McDowell, let's see here. Regarding the order, I think it's potentially dangerous is appropriate. I'm willing to look at number 2 in the order, the key lock room. It did not happen in the house. It did not happen around children. This is a dog and animal incident. I think that is relevant to discuss. So I'm willing to look at number 2 and number 2 only if the secondary barrier is in place. And that's the only one that I'm willing to kind of examine and consider taking that one out. That's it. Otherwise, I think everything is fair. And again, just to reiterate that the order is not meant to punish anyone or to punish the dog. The order is meant to keep everyone safe and help everybody be successful. It's really to help Mrs. McDowell be successful and for Gunny to be successful. So I just wanted to again um, point that out. I know we talk about it, pretty much every month in the hearing, but it is important for these individuals today to hear that as well. This is to set everyone up to succeed and to prevent any further incident that could cause harm to anyone, and again, all the parties, including the McDowell party. So that's my take on the situation, and I'm for keeping the potentially dangerous order and taking number 2, the key lock provision out.
Would you make a motion, Elizabeth?
Sure, I'll make a motion to uphold the potentially dangerous order and removing number 2,
What about the muzzle?
keeping the muzzle.
Okay, thank you.
And I know we're in the middle of a motion, but on the muzzle thing, she has a trainer. I'm not willing to take any of the training or the behavioral assessment out of it. She has a trainer, and the trainer can certainly help with the muzzle. I would think be able to help with the muzzle training to make that a more pleasant experience for everyone. That is such a thing, and it can be done, and it can be done well. And I really feel they can be successful if they work together on that. So again, that's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'd second.
Okay, all in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Please call the next case.
Good luck to everyone.
All righty, got those notes there. Let's see. Our next case is Animal Care and Control versus Matthew Call for the appeal of the potentially dangerous order for Odin the dog. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. If you'd please utilize Zoom's raise hand function, I'll get you added in one at a time, and then we'll get you all sworn in together at the end here. Let me grab my list for this case. There we go. All right, got Julia and Matthew here. For me.
Is yours Odin?
Yeah. There we go. Can you hear us, Julian? I don't have video, but it says you have audio, but I don't hear anything yet.
Julia, you're on mute.
Right.
Yeah, she was unmuted and then she muted it. I think she's trying to toggle it, but still not hearing anything.
Listen, just hit that.
Walk around here.
I would try to disconnect and reconnect if you can. Matthew, can you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect. If I could get you to state your name and address for the record.
Matthew Call, 254 Colorado Road, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Thank you kindly. Hang out for a moment. I'll get you all sworn in together. Still nothing from Miss Julia. Let's see my list. I've got one. Mr. Hicks, got him here. Can you hear me, Mr. Hicks?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. And if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Nicholas Hicks, 236 Asbury Road, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Hang out for just one moment. Let's see. Diane Gordon.
Okay.
Not seeing Miss Gordon. Oh, I heard something from Miss Julia. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Julia DiBartolo, 254 Carvel Road.
City and state.
Oh, Pasadena, Maryland.
Thank you kindly. And I'm going to reach out to Miss Gordon. One moment.
Dana Gordon, 236 Asbury Road, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Perfect. Thank you. Didn't realize you're on the same channel there. I believe that's everyone. So if I could just get an affirmation at the end of this from everyone. Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
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 Perfect. That's and Officer Thomas as well. If you'd give your name and address for the record. Sorry.
Serena Thomas, Animal Care and Control, 411 Maxwell Fry Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
And do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you. Now we may proceed.
Are we ready to start? Everybody's been sworn in. Larry?
Yeah, yep, that's everybody.
Okay. So in June 24, 2020, received a call from Diane Gordon of 236 Asbury Road in Pasadena that her dog River, a beagle mix, was attacked by a brown dog that was not on a leash. Spoke to the complainant, Diane Gordon. She advised that she was walking her dog on a leash, a beagle mix named River. They were walking down their clearing near the water, and there were two dogs, one brown lab, one golden retriever loose, and the golden approached first, and the woman's dog was sniffing River, and then the lab came over and grabbed River by the ear and wouldn't let go. She advises she yelled for the owner to come get her dog. Diane then advised that her boyfriend then intervened and got the lab off of River. She advised that River's ear was split, and she took him to the emergency vet hospital in Annapolis for treatment. He had a ventral pinna ear laceration and was sutured. Spoke to the suspect dog owner, Julia DiBartolo, whom advised that she owns a golden doodle named Cannoli, and the other dog that the altercation occurred with is Odin, a golden retriever who belongs to her boyfriend, Matthew Kale. She advised that the dogs were in the water swimming to retrieve a stick. We were playing fetch. The couple came walking and noticed the two dogs in the water. Cannoli came up to the couple and greeted the people. Upon noticing Cannoli running over, Julia advised that she ran over to grab Cannoli. Odin soon followed after her. Odin then went to greet the other dog. The other dog lunged at Odin. Odin was able to back away but felt threatened and encountered the attack. Dogs were separated and Odin laid next to Cannoli. She advised that Odin has not had any issues with any dogs in the neighborhood. After review of the case file, no history on Odin, Animal Care and Control issued a potential dangerous order on Odin and means to protect the public and animals from further incidences under Article 12.443. The owners complied with the conditions at the property which allowed Odin to stay on the property. The owners then filed an appeal and we're here today. And I do believe this is President Nicholas was the one that got the dog separated.
Okay.
He can testify.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you want me to speak?
Yes.
Yeah, so it was a combination of myself and I'm sorry, I don't mean to butcher her last name, but Miss Julia. It was a combination of both of us, her corralling her dog, or Mr. Cowell's dog, and myself bringing River back. So it was essentially the two of us, her taking care of that dog, and then me taking care of River. Essentially both of us trying to get between both dogs.
Okay, anything else to add?
Yeah, so just regarding the situation, so yes, we did see, so we were walking up, myself, my girlfriend Dana, and our son, along with River. As we walked up to the river, I did notice the lady. I did not notice the dogs until I got a little closer, and I noticed that they were both off the leash. Once I noticed that neither dog was on a leash, I immediately turned our dog around to walk back. That's when the first dog ran up and started sniffing. And then the second dog, who I thought was a male, which I guess was confirmed that it was a male. And the male dog essentially it kind of got into our dog's space. Now our dog, River, I could tell he was very leery about the situation, and that's when the entire situation happened. And then obviously our dog had to go to the vet to get a couple of stitches due to the situation. My biggest issue is not necessarily with Odin, I'm sorry, is with the fact that the dogs were off the leash at the time. This is the area that we were in is a public area. It is not a dog park. And we were not aware that 2 dogs were off the leash until it was too late. With that being said, the other thing that I had an issue with was it wasn't necessarily with Odin. It was the fact that there was almost no remorse with the situation when it happened. It was almost like, well, we were here, you know, it happened. And that our dog was quote unquote fine when my dog was, or my girlfriend's dog was bleeding from the ear. So again, it wasn't necessarily Odin that I had a problem with. It was the fact that both dogs were off the leash in a public area and there was little to no remorse on the situation itself.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add?
I just wanted to say that in the incident, if not, I want to make sure that someone can help stop what happened and to make sure that this doesn't happen again to any other family members or any other. If this was a child, I want to make sure it's not taking in case if it got worse.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Officer Thomas, anything else on the complaint side?
No.
Okay.
Okay, hello, I'm Julia DiBartolo. I will be speaking on behalf of the whole situation. And Matt will kind of just can give you character references on Odin because he was not there. I do like to state that, yes, the dogs were in the water playing fetch, and this is a community park. I did send in a photo regarding the community park that does not state no dogs must be on leash. It does say no littering, no loitering, no bottles, no drugs, no alcohol, and it is a community park and no trespassing from anyone outside of the community. We are both residents. I completely understand. So we are both permitted in the area. I do like to say that the dogs, both, I would like Odin, I would like this matter to be pushed down to a warning without muzzle. Just because Odin is a 1-year-old male, has never had this issue, and I believe there are character references that were emailed to the police, the animal control officer, and he has had multiple play dates with multiple dogs and has never had this issue. I believe the dog fight just happened and Odin got the best of the other dog due to him being off leash and the other dog being on leash. I guess that's all I really have to say. I just wish that Odin does not have to walk around with a muzzle, nor push this down to a warning. And I believe this was the matter of if there's an issue with the other party that they want their medical bills paid, I completely understand. It is stated in their statement that they tried to talk to me, but they didn't. The older man, Hicks, did yell at me, and I was with a younger child, 8 years old, who was not mine. And when people yell and get angry, the best thing I could have done is just try to de-escalate and try to get us out of there. I'm not saying both parties are wrong. I'm just saying it could have been handled more in a civil matter where they could have just talked to us or even wrote us a letter, since they did call on a Wednesday, the 24th, and not to animal control, and not say that Monday.
Okay, anything else to add? Julia?
Yes, please hold. I did send in a video of Odin playing with another dog to give reference about him being playful and not an aggressive dog. I really want to state again that I really don't want Odin to be muzzled at such a young age, and that even if the court wants to put him through training to not allow him to have this muzzle, I completely will comply. He is young and he is a very social dog, being brought up always with other dogs, with Cannoli, and that's all I do have to say.
Okay, I just like to clear up one thing, Miss Julia. It is an Anne Arundel County code that requires a dog to be on a leash when it's off your property, regardless of the fact that you have a community park. That has no bearing on this. It's an Anne Arundel requirement.
Okay.
Do you have anything else? Any more testimony?
If Matthew wants to give any character reference about his dog, he can if he wishes. Other than that, I believe I said what can be said.
All right. Matthew, do you have anything to add? Otherwise, we'll go to open deliberations.
Yes, good morning, everyone. So yeah, Odin's had zero problems with other dogs. Even other dogs in the neighborhood would come and join us when they would go swimming in the bay. Up in Pennsylvania, I have a house there, and with my neighbors and my dad together, there's 10 or 11 dogs, and they run around all day free, and they have no problems with each other. Even random dogs from friends that come on stop by. There's never been any incidents of aggression with Odin.
Okay. Anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, any comment? Okay. We're ready. We're going to go into open deliberations now. Tom?
I mean, I don't see any reason why not to keep the order in place. I mean, this animal attacked this other animal, and I mean, you know, character references not. I mean, the situation can happen anytime if the dog's off leash. I mean, this order will make sure that dog's on leash and muzzled. I see no issue with that.
Okay. Ed?
Yeah, once again, I agree with Tom. I don't see any reason to disturb the PDO. It did damage to another dog. I'm concerned with the. It seemed to be a little cavalier attitude toward leash, you know, and it is a common area, so I don't see any reason to disturb the PDO at this point.
Thank you. Lieutenant?
My reservations are that there's no information that there was the animals were aggressive toward each other. You know, again, they approached appearing to, again, just based on what was said, and there's no prior history, and the dog is, can somebody correct me if I'm wrong, 1 year old?
Yes.
It is relatively young, and we got no information that there's prior history. I think the leash is an issue where it was just an owner not knowing that, hey, once you're off your private property, then it's required that you have the dog. I mean, just to have dogs out playing in the water doesn't seem to be an unusual occurrence. I'm open to a warning. Hopefully, holding the owner accountable. I don't know if we get involved in the civil side of it, but somehow holding her accountable for damage that was caused.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. Elizabeth?
I kind of agree with the lieutenant. So this is a situation where the owner had the dogs off lead. They didn't get away from her. She had taken them off lead and was trying to give them exercise. In her testimony, she testified that she didn't know that that was against the law. So the actual incident itself. So the dogs sounds like the two dogs rushed the dog on lead. This happens a lot, as we've seen, but it happens a lot more than we see. And the nature of this injury is different than a full puncture, like a bite that has multiple puncture wounds, either from one bite and 4 canines, 4 teeth, or multiple bites. So this is an ear, and typically the way these things happen is it's a ripping injury. I mean, it could start with a bite, lack of bite inhibition, but then it rips because pull. So to me, it's a very different injury than, for example, a full-on a bite. So that makes me lean towards a warning. I really wish this were a citation. This we were in a citation situation for both running at large and also for a potential public safety threat. So I'm inclined to reduce this to a warning. This dog is young. This dog has no other incidents. The testimony was from the dog's owner that this dog is social and plays with other dogs, and there's no reason for me to think that it doesn't. So it's truly, it's this is the responsibility of those that have the care, custody, and control, and that to me was the problem here. And I don't believe that the dog it has exhibited to me that it is um, intentional in committing severe injury. So that therefore I would reduce it to a warning.
Okay. I agree with Elizabeth and Lieutenant Ravenel. I think had the owner been aware that the dog should have been on a leash, this would have never happened. So to me, it's an owner issue. It's not a dog issue. So yeah, I'm agreeable to go down to a warning now that the owner knows to get that dog on a leash. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to reduce it to a warning.
Okay, I second that. All in favor? Okay, it passes 3-2. Thank you all. Next case.
Alrighty, sorry about that. Just making those notes. And just to clarify, Tom and Ed, were those no votes or abstains? No vote from Ed, no vote from Tom. Got it. Thank you, sirs. All right. So, in that case here, we have Animal Care and Control versus Sarah Kirk for the appeal of the dangerous order for Jax the dog. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. If you would please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature. I'll get you in one by one and then get you sworn in all together at the end there. See Miss Romanowski here. Bring her up. Oh. Rob Campbell. Actually, grab my list here. Ms. Campbell, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. And if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Robin Campbell. Address 6905 Southern Maryland Boulevard, Owings, Maryland 20736.
Perfect. Thank you. Hang out for a moment. I'll get you sworn in. We've got Karen Place. There we go. Miss Karen, can you hear me?
Can I hear you? Yes.
Oh no, Miss Campbell, you're good. Hang out for a moment. We'll get you sworn at the end. Karen? Miss Campbell, I'm going to mute you there. We're getting some fuzz in on your end. Karen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Now I can. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Karen Kleiss, 109 Sunset Drive, Annapolis, Maryland, 21403.
Thank you kindly. Hang out for a moment. And then we've got Miss Romanowski here. Can you hear me all right, Ms. Romanowski?
Can you hear us?
Yep, there you are. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. We were on mute.
Oh, no worries. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Jennifer Romanowski, 1458 Pleasantville Drive, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061. And then my husband and daughter are here also to testify.
If you could please have them state their names and addresses as well, just for the record.
Mark Romanowski, 1458 Pleasantville Drive, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061.
Thank you.
And Amanda Romanowski, 1458 Pleasantville Drive, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061.
Thank you kindly. And then let's see, we've got Mr. Kirk here on the phone. Robin, if you could add the number ending in 7082 to the line. That's Miss Kirk. Thank you, Robin.
Hey guys, see if 782 can talk.
Hi, this is Sarah Kirk.
Perfect. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Yep, Sarah Kirk, 1456 Pleasantville Drive, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061.
Thank you kindly. That's perfect. And let's see if I could ask everybody to unmute. At the end of this, just give me an affirmation. Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Perfect. Thank you all. If you would please mute until called upon, and we are good to proceed.
Okay, animal control, please proceed.
Good morning. I'm Officer Simpson, 411 Maxwell Fry Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108. On August 14, 2020, Animal Care and Control received a call from Jennifer Romanowski advising that her 17-year-old daughter, Amanda Romanowski, was walking their dog Duke on a leash across from the residence of 1458 Pleasantville Drive. Mrs. Romanowski advised that a tan dog jumped the fence from 1456 Pleasantville Drive and came straight for her daughter, Amanda, and their dog Duke. Amanda then picked up Duke and quickly retreated to their house with a tan dog jumping on her while continuing to pursue her to the front porch of their house. Once Amanda reached the front porch to the house, Jennifer Romanowski, her mother, came outside and yelled for her daughter to get Duke inside the house. In the process, Amanda released Duke from her arms onto the floor of the porch while the tan dog remained loose in their front yard. Jennifer Romanowski then grabbed the leash and tried to enter the house with Duke. At this time, the tan dog attacked Duke by latching onto his neck with his mouth and began shaking him. Mrs. Romanowski and Amanda yelled and screamed as they were able to wrestle Duke away from the tan dog. As a result of the struggle, Jennifer Romanowski received a bite to her middle finger on her right hand from the tan dog. The owner of the dog, later is identified as Eric Kleiss, retrieved his dog from the Romanowski's front porch and secured the dog at 1456 Pleasantville Drive. Later that afternoon, Mrs. Romanowski brought Duke to the emergency veterinary clinic in Catonsville for medical treatment. Duke, a black and white altered male Shih Tzu, underwent surgery where he received one stitch and a drain for a laceration, deep puncture hole to the neck sustained from the dog attack. On August 14th, Officer Simpson was dispatched to suspect's dog's owner address at 1456 Pleasantville Drive, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061 for mandatory impound under the public safety of Jax, a pit bull type dog, fawn in color, altered male, owned by Eric Kleiss and Sarah Kirk. Jax was impounded without incident. I obtained a statement from Mrs. Kirk as well as taking an exposure report for the bite that Jennifer Romanowski received. Mr. Kleiss declined to provide a written statement at this time, but advised offering to pay Duke's medical expenses to the Romanowskis. On August 14, 2020, I visited Romanowski's residence at 1458 Pleasantville Drive. I obtained statements from both Jennifer and Amanda Romanowski. Photos were also taken of Duke's injury, and Jennifer Romanowski then followed me to my van, where she was able to identify the mandatory impound Jax as a dog who attacked Duke. Later that evening, Mrs. Romanowski emailed me a doorbell video of the incident of the dog attack involving Duke and Jax. On August 18, 2020, after careful review of the evidence by myself and field supervisor of animal care and control, it was decided that the owners of Jax, Sarah Kirk, and Eric Kleiss would be issued a dangerous order due to public violations under Anne Arundel County Code Article 124402A2, Article 124402A3, Article 12402A5 under public safety, and Article 124905, animals running at large. On August 19th, Sarah Kirk and Eric Kleiss was served a dangerous order for their dog, Jax. The order was signed and returned to Animal Care and Control on August 20th, 2020. On August 21st, 2020, Mrs. Kirk requested an appeal to the dangerous order for Jax. An appeal letter was sent to Mrs. Kirk the same day, along with examples to comply with the dangerous order. On August 23rd, 2020, Animal Care and Control received medical records from the emergency veterinary clinic in Catonsville that Duke had to undergo a second surgery to repair the wound due to necrosis of the tissue around the wound site. On August 25th, 2020, the appeal letter was received by Animal Care and Control from Mrs. Kirk and Mr. Kleiss. A commission hearing was scheduled for October 5th, 2020. On September 28th, 2020, Animal Care and Control received a video from Jennifer Romanowski showing the dog Jax at large in the front yard of Romanowski's residence on August 4th, 2020. The dog appears to be going after Duke while in the arms of Amanda Romanowski. After reviewing the video, I did contact Mrs. Kirk and advise her of the video. This incident occurred in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. As of October 5th, 2020, Jack remains in custody of Anne Arundel County Animal Care and Control, 11 Maxwell Fried Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108. Now at this time, I do have a video that was provided by Mrs. Romanowski for the actual incident that occurred on the 14th of August. And I also have a video provided on August 4th of 2020 showing Jax off the leash.
Officer, I have two questions.
Yes.
At the beginning of your testimony, I believe the testimony was that the dog jumped a fence to attack the other dog and the other person.
That's correct.
So the owner of the dog's property is fenced?
The front and the backyard, they do have fences, yes.
Okay, so then what you also reported was somebody said they took a picture of the dog at large on their property, but if it's on their property and it's fenced, it's not at large.
I'm sorry, I might have made a mistake. It was actually on the property of the Romanowskis.
Okay, thank you.
On August 4th.
All right, thank you.
And Phil, if you don't mind playing the videos.
Not a problem, sir. Give me 1 second. Let me get those up here. Which one are you looking for first, Officer Simpson?
Let's begin with the August 4th, the one that led up to the August 14th video.
All right. Let's see. I believe that was video 1. There are a couple August 4th ones. Let me pick them up and see what we can get here. Take just a second. A couple are popping up fine. These, it says they're processing. Try this again. I'm not sure why it's still processing. We could maybe give that a second and start in with this guy here.
Phil, did you want to start with the August 14th then, or is that?
Yeah, it might give it a little bit
Okay.
of time to process because I moved him over from the email and Google Drive's probably just chewing on him, so it might take a second.
Okay, great.
I'm not sure if the audio comes through these in the past. This one might be a little loud if anyone's got headphones on. Let me pick this one up. I'm pretty sure the audio comes through. So. All right, come on. You can do it.
The video, there's no.
So this is from the victim dog's house?
Mm-hmm.
So he's on their property on their That's the front.
That's the front yard.
Oh, that's it. Smack your dog on camera. They're smacking the other dog trying to get it off their dog.
Is there no audio?
Roger, were you saying the audio didn't come through for that?
Maybe you have to click download to open it.
Phil, there was no audio on that.
Let me see. It was blasting through my headset here, so it might have something to do with me adjusting it.
It seems like.
And that's the second video. There's one before that. I was walking.
Yeah, Phil, that actually, the video should be more to that. It kind of.
Was that coming through that time?
It did, but partially. There should be there should be where it shows the dog following Amanda.
I think that might have been a different one here. All right, let's just cycle through some of these because they're not labeled. Yeah, here's the beginning.
Yeah, that's it, Phil.
He's already done. Oh, she put him down. Oh no! Oh no! You didn't.
Were these other two part of this? So this was afterwards. Right. Let me try downloading these guys. Okay, yeah. All right. Our administrator's requesting I bring my laptop into the other room to point video at her laptop, so that way maybe we can get the sound as it is pertinent. So, give me 1 second. Let me juggle this. Should still be. You might want to mute that. I did mute it. It's mute. No.
Oh, keyboard. You want his sound muted? Yes.
Yeah. There we go. Try this. Now if I share. Yes, you're gonna mute my mic. Here should still be able to
like
hear.
a thumbs up if they can hear.
Yeah, they can hear on Rogers now. Now I'm gonna bring the video back up. Figure out where my sound's at here. It's a feedback loop here. Because if I mute my sound, it's no.
Can't make it work.
No, because if sound's coming out of his laptop, it's gonna feed into this one, and if I mute the sound on this one, he's not gonna hear anything.
But wait, why is sound coming out of his?
It's not. It's going in through his mic and out through my speakers. If I mute my speakers, no sounds coming. Yeah.
Nice try, Phil.
Yeah, technology is great when it works. It's strange that you guys aren't getting any audio because on my end it's deafening. Roger, did you need? Because that was the one video showing the prior incident and then video showing the current incident. Were any of those other ones anything you needed?
No. I just want to know if everybody saw the August 4th video, which is the first one, and then the second one where the actual attack occurred.
The prior incident was when the man came out the door and tried to help.
That's correct. That was the August 4th one. That's where Mr. Romanowski came and was able to secure the dog.
I'm sorry, I'm just making sure you guys aren't waiting on me for something.
Yeah, that's all I have for right now.
Okay. Do you have any other witnesses, Officer Simpson, that you want to
Yes.
testify?
I have Jennifer Romanowski and
Okay.
Amanda Romanowski.
Please go ahead. Romanowskis, do you wish to testify?
Yes, I had to unmute, sorry.
All right, thank you.
So on August 4th, Amanda took our dog Duke out around the block for a walk, and we do this on a regular basis about 4 times a day. Amanda is in virtual school, so she uses this to take a break from the computer for a few minutes in between classes, and then the rest of us do the same thing. So walking Duke around this path or this route is normal for us. So on this particular day, it was August 4th, and it was around 4:15 p.m., and she left the house. And a couple minutes later, I heard the dogs barking next door, and Amanda was calling for help. So I went outside and I saw their dog, Jax. He was already over the fence, circling her and chasing her in the front yard. And she was dancing around with Duke, trying not to get attacked. And she came up to the porch and, or no, wait a minute, that was the other day. But then I called for my husband inside, and my husband came out. And my husband and 3 of my neighbors came out when they heard Amanda calling for help. Right, Amanda was screaming. So that was the first incident. And my husband, along with the neighbors, took the dog. Actually, there's a couple witness statements that were provided by the people across the street that had come out that day. And they came out with their leash, and they took the dog with my husband back over to their front yard. And then no one was to be found over there. It was like they let their dogs out and then they were unsupervised. So the neighbors were standing out in front of the gate with the dog on the leash, holding onto the collar, trying to get the attention of the owners inside the house. And finally, when they couldn't get anyone inside the house to come out, they took the number off the dog collar and called it. And that's when Eric came out, and they said Mark can testify to what that conversation was. But the point is, we were trying to work with them. They had just moved in 3 weeks earlier. They were brand new neighbors. We don't even know them. And we were trying to be neighborly by just asking them, you're going to have to do something about this. This is a problem with the dog jumping up on our daughter and our dog if she goes to walk outside. And so that was the first incident. And then the second incident was 10 days later at 10:38 in the morning. The same thing. Amanda was in between classes and took a break. She walked Duke around the circle, and then knowing what happened the week before, I was alarmed when I heard the dogs barking again, and I stood inside my house at the front door, and I was watching, and all 3 dogs were jumping and barking up on the fence in the corner, which is the low part. And it wasn't until Jax jumped over the fence that I walked outside. And when I walked outside, I just tried to get Amanda to stay focused and walk straight up to the house. And that's when everything happened. What?
I was across the street. I wasn't in front of their fence.
Right. She was in the middle of the road on the opposite corner up here from where their fence is. And she was, and the dog had, you know, seen them. And then it was the same thing as the week before, except the week before she wasn't bit, but this time they came out, the dog was able to attack Duke, and, you know, I got bit in the process. And yeah, so Amanda was nowhere near their fence. This was 100% unprovoked. To suggest that she had provoked a pack of pit bulls to come over the fence is ridiculous. And so none of this was brought on by any of us. And in order for the fight to have happened, the dog had to jump the fence and then come up on my porch. That's where it happened, on our front porch. Yes.
So when I was walking Duke, I was walking across the street, like on the corner where Lori Lane is, Lori Lane. And I saw my mom come out. I had my headphones on, like I could still hear her. I saw my mom come out on the porch. I saw the dogs barking. So I picked up Duke because the dog came over towards me and was circling around me, jumping. So I like speed walked because I couldn't walk straight forward because the dog was just going like this in front of me. So I just like kind of speed walked towards the house, and then it went up our driveway. The dog ran up our driveway, and that's when I started like running with Duke in my arms, and he was squirming around, and I was like on our front steps. And my mom, I was like, take Duke inside, take Duke inside. So I went to go hand Duke to her, and he squirmed and like kind of jumped down. And then I looked back, and then I saw the dog running, and he just went up so fast and just went on his neck when my mom was about to bring him inside. And then when that happened, he picked him up and was going around in circles with Duke. Like they started here, and he brought him all the way around here
in his teeth,
around here, and his feet were like hanging like this, like trying to like break his neck. And the dog knocked me over. Like when I went down to like try and get him off, I was like touching his face because that's what I was trying to do to let it go. So I was touching his face, and my mom was like trying to get him off. So I stuck my hand in and did this and loosened his jaw, and he let go finally. But Duke was like squealing, and we were screaming, and nobody was coming outside.
Right. I mean, he latched on to Duke's throat behind us as we were trying to walk inside the house. So then he had Duke by the throat. His feet were up off the ground, and he shook him. He was thrashing him like that, and then went around over here under, like on the right side of my door. And that's where Amanda was knocked over by this, and she was trying to get the dog free.
I was on my back trying to get the dog off.
Right.
They were like over top of me almost. The pit bull and Duke, he had him in his mouth like this, and it looked like he was biting his ear at first, but later on I noticed it was his neck. But at the time I was just trying to get him off, and my hand and her hand were in the dog's mouth with Duke's neck, and it was just like biting down on my nail. I'm trying to get him off. I was laying on my back.
And the whole time this was going on, you can even see in the video that we were terrified, and we were constantly looking over into their property to see if anybody was there or going to come out. And nobody came out. Amanda is the one that got the dogs loose, not the guy that owns the dog. So he came when it was over. And then actually we at first, like Amanda said, we thought that
it was his ear.
His
ears hang down, and it looked like it was his ear right here, but apparently it was his neck. It was underneath.
Only a 16-pound dog.
Yeah, Duke's not that big.
It wasn't until after we got inside the house and assessed everything that we figured out that it was his neck. And that's when I came in the house and I called my husband. I want to point out that my husband and my adult son who live here are both essential employees. I called them to see if they could come home and help us and take Duke to the vet. By the time they called me back, they were not able, because there was some question about why we didn't take the dog to the vet right away, like it wasn't that important. But I want to say that
we did take him.
We have my elderly parent living here. I was working on the clock that day. I had to call my supervisor. I had to check with my husband and my son to see if anybody could come home and help us. I was also bleeding, so I had to go to patient first. And then when I found out that my husband and my son were not going to be able to come home and help, then I called a friend of mine to come over, and she took Amanda and the dog to the vet while I went to the doctor, and then we met them up then I met up with them there. And so I made it to the doctor at about 12:30, and I believe Duke made it to the hospital at about, I don't know, 2 o'clock or before that. Also, I had to call Banfield to find out if they were going to be able to handle such an injury, and they said no. So then I had to call the other veterinarian. And I had to get my mother situated and call my supervisor. So all of this took a little bit of time to get handled before I could just leave the house.
When it happened, my grandmother came out and looked, she opened up the door after I got the dog off, and Eric came over and grabbed the dog. My grandmother opened the door, and if he didn't grab the dog would have ran inside our house. Like, it was so close. My grandmom just closed the door, and then he came up and grabbed it. That was he jumped the fence and ran over here, and right when I got the dog off, it was so fast, almost ran right in our front door. He would have knocked my grandmother over.
Yeah, he was halfway through our front door when Eric came over. And the same thing on August 4th, the dog was on my porch and was trying to get in my front door. I mean, and we've lived here for a long time. We have had Duke for 5 years. And I mean, right now, since this has happened, our life has gotten smaller because we're like prisoners in our own home right now. We cannot really safely walk out the front door to and from the car. We have to park on the side and go down the driveway now.
We have to take Duke to a whole park away from our house,
Right,
where there's no dogs, because we're scared he's going to get
attacked.
ripped up or something, because he's a smaller dog.
And then Duke normally takes about 4 or 5 walks a day around this route that I explained. And since this has happened, he hasn't been able to do that. So we counted it, it's been 52 days since Duke has been able to really go out for an adequate walk. So we feel like we're prisoners in our own home and then at the same time, the family next door still maintains their other 2 pit bulls in the front yard behind the white picket fence. So we had to alter our lifestyle, but they didn't. So I mean, that's not fair. And also, we have the 6-foot privacy fence. Duke is always on a leash. We have a leash that we tie to the front porch. A lot of times we sit outside and he sits outside in the grass. If my husband or my son are out there working on their vehicles, Duke likes to be out there, but he's tied up on the leash. We cannot do that right now because as soon as we go outside, those dogs in that front yard detect us. So we can't take any chances.
And when Jax jumped the fence, the other dog was trying to get under the fence. His head was stuck under that,
right,
digging.
The gray dog.
The gray one, yeah. The gray one was trying to get.
Turn, Jax, and the 2 pit bulls were barking at me at the fence. me and the neighbors.
On this
So we came knocked on their
August
door
4th.
to give their dog back, and we couldn't put the dog back in because the two other pit bulls are jumping up on the fence.
And he said he would take care of the fence like right after, and it's been like a week and a half, like or a week or something, and nothing happened because Duke got attacked.
Bottom line, 10 days later, same scenario, but then all this happened.
And I would just like to say also, I mean, we are definitely here to represent ourselves and our own family and our own dog. But we live on a street where there are a lot of neighbors of different ages, shapes and sizes, different physical abilities, different dogs, different breeds, everything. And they walk up and down this street. Since those dogs have been over there, I mean, you can hear it every time somebody goes by. They're very threatening to the people that walk by. So it's probably just a matter of time before it could happen again.
And what was I gonna say? When
Anything else?
Not from me, I don't think.
If
Okay.
you think of it, you can come back to it. If you
Okay.
know what you were going to say,
Yeah.
come back to it later.
Officer Simpson, do you have any other witnesses that want to testify?
No more,
Okay.
no
Can
more
we get-
witnesses.
I'm sorry?
No, I have no more witnesses, but I would like to show you pictures of the Kirk residence at 1458, showing you the fence situation.
Okay.
This is the front yard where the Romanowskis talk about the white picket fence, so you get an idea of what the dog jumped over.
Okay, it appears to be like, what, 3 foot high?
Roughly 3, maybe 3.5 at certain sections. This is inside the yard.
Okay.
Then this is the backyard, where in the backyard, that's roughly, it has the vegetation growth, that's roughly 6 feet. It's lined up against the Romanowski 6-foot stockade fence. But on the left side of the house is roughly maybe a 3.5, 4-foot chain link fence that shows another, again, vegetation growing over it.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add before we go to the complaint? I'm sorry, to the defendant?
That's it for now, sir.
Okay.
Larry, can we get Phil to
Can
play?
we hear from Skirk? Yes.
Hey, Larry, I just wanted to ask Phil if he could play the video of the August 14th incident just one more time.
Sure.
I thought I saw something in there. I want to make sure of what I saw.
All right. Philip?
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second here.
All right.
Share this stuff here. All right, so this is that there. Ed, there were a couple other sections of that August 14th video. Do you know which one you were looking for?
Yeah, it's the one where the guy with no shirt on was kind of over by the tree. He already had the dog, and he was over to the right, like.
Yeah, I think it's this one here.
Okay.
Can we hear from Sarah Kirk now, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So the August 4th video, I'm joined in by phone. The video is not working. I'm sorry if you hear my kids in the background. I didn't see the video from August 4th, but from what I have heard, from what my mother has seen, Jax did not jump that day. The gate was open. I'm not sure if one of the kids left it open or if a daycare parent left it open, but I run a daycare, and that is the reason why nobody came out right away. Nobody heard anything because I have a loud house. The officer said that it was a deep puncture hole that was done to Duke by Jax, but in the vet paperwork, it's labeled a small laceration right side of neck. The officer also stated that Eric declined to provide a written statement, but the officer said that it wasn't necessary because I provided one. I just wanted to state that out, and that we were married. But so on the 4th, I can't speak for anything. Eric was the one that got the call from the neighbor. And when they called, they said, "Hey, we have your dog Jax here. He's been with us for a few minutes." And Eric was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I'm coming." He went right out the door and, very apologetic about it. But, when he asked if anything had happened, nobody said anything. So on August 14th, the incident at hand, I'm sorry. On the 14th, when the actual incident happened, again, I was doing daycare. I had daycare kids. Eric was on the phone with DirecTV. We were standing on the back porch with our back sliding glass door open, and all of a sudden heard bloody murder screams. And Eric flew out the house. So when they said that nobody came to get Jax, I looked on our video footage from the time we heard the screams to the time that Jen Romanowski's video showed, and it was like 42 seconds. And when Eric went over there, not knowing what happened, he grabbed Jax and pulled him off of their porch. Their door was closed at the time, so I don't know why they said Jax was trying to go in their house and almost halfway in their house. But Eric pulled Jax off. When we got the video footage, and we watched the video, listened to the video, there was no growling. There was no aggressive sounds. There was no whimpering from Duke's end. And in watching the video, I know my dog. We've had him from birth. Our two other pit bulls, one is a pit bull mix, one is a pit bull. They are the parents of Jax. So Jax was literally born in our house. We've raised him from birth. And he's grown up around infants and toddlers. We have 4 kids. I'm currently 8.5 months pregnant right now. And Jax has no aggressive bone in his body. None of our dogs do. They're just loud. They bark. I do not blame the neighbors for being intimidated or nervous when they hear them, because they're dogs and they bark. Dogs bark. So that I'm sorry, but I can't stop a dog from barking. The dogs across the street, they bark all the time when they see people outside. It's just what dogs do. It's instinct. But in the video, Jax was not circling the daughter. He ran over to the daughter because she had the dog in her hands, and then he ran to the mailbox, sniffed the mailbox, and then he ran into their driveway. And in the video, you can see after the daughter puts Duke down onto the porch, Duke lunges to go off the porch, like towards Jax. So knowing Jax and seeing the video after watching it over and over and over again, Jax thought he was playing. Jax only knows playing. That's all he's ever done, is played with the other 2 dogs, played with all of our kids, the daycare kids. He's a very playful dog. I think he's still just puppy at heart. In all honesty, the older woman's screaming might have scared Jax because her screams were very alarming. it would scare any dog, I think. But so, you know, and Eric, when Eric ran over there, he didn't know what was going on. He just only knew what he heard, which was the bloody murder scream. It scared us. So of course, you know, he's asking what happened, and she didn't want to talk to him. She just kept telling him, you know, screaming at him to get off the property, and her husband would talk to him. And that never happened. There was no conversation ever about the incident on the 4th. She said that they were trying to be neighborly and ask us to, you know, control our dogs after the 4th happened, but that never happened. We've spoken to her one time since the incident, and she basically told us that she's scared of our dogs because they bark. Yeah, the other two dogs, our front fence dips down, as I'm sure you saw. It dips down. It's about 3 feet high at the lowest point. The only dog that has ever been able to jump a fence of ours is Jack. When we lived at a previous address, it was a rental property. We couldn't make any adjustments to the yard. He would get out, I don't know, you know, every so often he would jump the fence and he'd roam the neighborhood, and we'd get calls, you know, after going looking for him, we'd get calls from neighbors, hey, we have Jax here, and there's never been an incident. Every single person who's ever dealt with Jax has always said how sweet he is. All he wants is love. All he wants to do is say hello and play. He's just a very friendly dog. He sleeps with my kids at night. I mean, he sleeps. I sent pictures to Philip, just to show the kind of dog that he is, and you know, the kind of house that we have. And our dogs sleep with our kids in their toddler beds. I mean, they're just babies. And this is the first incident that's ever happened like this. And again, after watching the video, Jack truly thought he was playing. He's just a hyper puppy. But I can understand why the neighbors were scared or felt intimidated or felt threatened, because they don't know my dog. We had just moved in. You know, it's a new place. We did not know that Jack would be able to jump the fence in the front yard. Yes, once he jumped the first time, and Eric got him back onto our property, we talked about it, and we decided that we wanted to split the front yard and the backyard with paneling, putting panels up in between the front and the backyard, because the backyard, the one side fence linked to the other neighbor is 5 feet, and then all the others are 6 feet. Jax is unable to jump anywhere out there. So if we were to block off the back from the front yard and only give the dogs access to the backyard, there would be no way that any of our dogs could get out. Yeah, I mean, we've been working on it, but right now, financially, you know, we're struggling. But I don't know. I'm sorry.
Ms. Kirk, what is it you're asking the commission to do?
So, being Jax's first offense, I would really like it if the order could be removed, but we would still make the adjustments to the yard to keep the dogs only in the backyard. We were planning to do it anyway. We just haven't had the financial means at this time. But everything, I mean, we can comply with everything in the order except the fencing, but I don't want Jax to be labeled as dangerous. Again, I run a daycare. You know, I had 2 parents send in letters regarding the type of dog that Jax is. You know, if we could just get a warning on this first offense, you know, he's not a dangerous dog. If he was a dangerous dog, I would not have him around my babies, let alone other people's kids. I mean, sorry.
Anything else to add?
I guess if you can't remove the dangerous order and make it a warning, would it be possible in the fencing provision to allow us to separate the front from the backyard and only give the dogs access to the backyard. Because that's the only issue that we were having with complying with all of the provisions on the dangerous order. Because we've been trying to get him back because our kids, I mean, our kids cry almost every night because they don't have him to sleep with. And that's another thing. The Romanowskis think that we have not altered our life. Our life has been altered since August 14th. You know, we're missing a piece of our family. Yeah, I hate that they're afraid of our dogs because I feel like now they're going to be out to get us, and it's just me being paranoid, I guess. But I really want my dog back home.
Ever since we moved in, two of our dogs were poisoned. We had to take each to the vet one day after the other, and the vet literally told us, "What about your neighbors? Is it possible that somebody would poison your
He
dog?"
hasn't been sworn in. We need to mute this.
I'm so sorry.
He has not been sworn in. He needs to be sworn in if we need to hear his voice. Otherwise, no, we can't have that.
That's fine. I'm so sorry.
We're glad to hear what he has to say if he wants to swear himself in, but we can't listen to his testimony. Sworn in.
He said he will. This is Eric Price. This is my husband. He's the owner of Jack's. His name is listed on his rabies certificate and vet paperwork.
Hello?
Philip, are you going to swear him in?
Sorry, the headset was muted, but the computer wasn't. Mr. Clace, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. If you could, please state your name and full address for the record.
All right. My name is Eric Arthur Kleiss, and my address is 1456 Pleasantville Drive, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061.
Thank you, sir. And do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
All right. I'm not trying to, cause any drama. I get that they're upset and, my dog caused damage, whether it was playing or not. I understand their frustration and their worry. I do. And I understand that they would be afraid if that dog was still here, that they were worried about him getting out, but he's not. They made sure of that, and he's not been here since. The other two dogs cannot jump the fence. In all reality, they're too fat. I feed them too much table scraps, and they can barely jump 2 feet off the ground. Okay. She's told me once before when we spoke after the incident that she's afraid of my gray dog. And if you ask any daycare parent, anybody in the neighborhood, even this woman who walks by our house every day with her dog named Tanner, my gray dog is the least of the problems. He doesn't even bark as much as the rest of them do. He's just bigger and he looks scarier. But he's not. He's my sweetest dog. He's cuddled up at the foot of my bed with my son right now. So I get that they're afraid because they're pits, and pits have such a bad name, and maybe that's why they're so worried about it. But my wife was right. Our life has changed too. Ever since we moved in here, like I said, we brought our dogs to the vet because all of a sudden one morning my gray dog wouldn't move. He wouldn't get up. He wouldn't walk. I literally had to carry him to the car. I had to bring him to the vet. They literally had to carry him in on a wagon like he would. And when I talked to the vet, they said, okay, we're not sure what this is. He could have eaten something, something wrong, rat poison. Somebody could have poisoned him. Somebody could have thrown something over your fence. And I wasn't, worried that was what the neighbors had done. I was just worried that maybe people were afraid of pits. And maybe it was the one on the other side because when we moved in, we had problems with the opposite side neighbor because of some previous stuff. We ended up knowing each other, but that's irrelevant. But the very next day, the same thing happened to the other dog, the female, not the one that got in the incident, but the other two, both what the vet said was poisoned and they would not move. They literally would not move. So I had to bring them both to the vet one day after the other just to find out that I could do nothing and hope that it would just pass through their system. And luckily it did. So like I said, I'm not blaming this on the Romanowskis. I'm not saying that it was them at all by any means. I'm just saying that our life has changed too because, we moved into a brand new neighborhood and we do have 3 big dogs. And I just think that, people got nervous. I think that people may have gotten scared like, oh shit. So I'm so sorry. Excuse my language. 3 big dogs just moved in, and maybe people were afraid of it. I'm not sure. I mean, I have the vet records of all of it and everything. I just didn't know if it would be relevant because it doesn't have anything to pertain to this issue. But I mean, our lives have definitely changed. I used to just let my dogs out front and not worry about it because, I knew they couldn't jump. And once Jax jumped, we were already trying to put in the fence. Invisible fence was literally coming out the same day that the second incident happened. But once I forget his name, the bite officer, Simpson, told me that invisible fence wouldn't work. It could be used with a hard fence, like a stop gate fence. That's when I just told invisible fence, we're not interested anymore because it won't work. It won't pass through whatever order that we may get. So I didn't go forward with that because I don't have the money to just waste on an invisible fence to turn around and be like, oh, that doesn't work. You got to replace it with a whole stock gate. So what we did from there is we just tried to figure out, okay, what can we do to get our dog back? Because obviously we don't want this issue happening again. We don't want drama with our neighbors. We just bought this house. We plan to raise our kids here and all that. So we don't want to piss them off any more than they're already mad. We just want to stay to ourselves and make our family whole again. And like I said, I truly do understand that they're nervous. But for one, they have nothing to worry about right now because that dog that could jump the fence is not here. The other two, I mean, yes, they bark, but like my wife said, all dogs bark. There's a pit bull right across the street from my house, 2 of them, as a matter of fact, and they bark every time a dog walks by too. But nobody's complaining about their dogs. You know what I mean? So, I mean, and like I said, I get she's afraid, but I mean, only if she's afraid of the one who did the incident. You know what I mean? And honestly, if they want to say that this was an aggressive move, I'll take that. I'll handle it. I don't think it was. I've watched the video 100 times. I don't think my dog did any damage until after that woman started screaming and freaked both of the dogs out. I don't know if you've watched the video, but I've watched it over and over and over again, and you can see a difference. My dog's demeanor and her dog's demeanor. When I was watching the video, I could clearly see her dog's paws on my dog's chest with his nose and my dog's neck. You know what I mean? Like they were playing at first, but then all of a sudden she starts screaming and yelling. And I think that led from playing to aggressiveness. And that's where, the bite or laceration had happened. I just want to, everybody know that we're not here to try and cause problems. We're not here to be problems. My wife runs a daycare. We have kids in and out of here all day. My dogs are not dangerous. They really aren't. Even the one that's in animal control's custody right now, my kids literally pull on his ears, pull on his nose. My youngest son literally bites him on his cheek and he does nothing. Most dogs, even little dogs, will turn around and snap at somebody for biting them, a person. But my 18-month-old son, I have pictures and videos of it. I think she sent them in, where he just lays on his back and pulls on his ears and bites on him, and a dangerous dog is not going to let some little baby do that. You know what I mean? At least in my opinion. I mean, I've had dogs my entire life, ranging from every breed, from German Shepherd to Golden Retriever to Lab to Chihuahua to Pits to Rottweilers to Mastiffs. I've had plenty of dogs from the day one. My mom is a huge dog person. She volunteers for the SPCA. I mean, I've had animals and dogs in my life, my entire life, and I tell you right now, I've seen bigger dogs that aren't pits than I have pits. You know what I mean? It's just people have a very bad name about pits because of what people do with them, which I don't condone and I think is absolutely pathetic and stupid, but I'm not that person. My dogs, I've wanted to take Packer over to our neighbors just so they can see that he's not going to hurt them, but I didn't want to cause any more problems or have them call the police on me, so I've just kept my distance. But I don't want them to be afraid to walk out of their house. I don't. I don't, because they have no reason to be. They really don't.
All right. Mr. Kleiss, I think we get the point. Thank you. Officer Simpson, I have 3 questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, first of all, Since this was the first incident and they were new to that, why did you go with a dangerous order and not a PDO?
Just from the severity of the bite, I can have Phil show you some pictures of the bite and how it happened. I discussed this with my supervisor, and we thought the best course of action would be a DO. Phil, if you could show some of those pictures.
Yep. Pop those up. So just warning for anybody. It's a little graphic. Roger, I'll just flip through them as requested.
Yeah, that right there, it looks like that's the first puncture that happened when he was initially attacked.
Okay.
Now that right there is when he received the drain. Apparently, according to vet records, the laceration, puncture, they describe it both ways, was deep enough where they thought they had to put a drain in there.
Okay.
And this again, this is where the tissue is starting to basically become necrotic, and they have to do a second surgery.
Okay.
They basically debray all that away, and there it is right there. It's wide open. That's just nothing but dead tissue.
All right.
There it is again.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My second question, Officer Simpson, is the classes claimed that they were fully compliant to the order with the exception of the fence. Is that your understanding?
The last time I talked with Mrs. Kirk, she advised that she has come into compliance, but she has done nothing with the fence situation. She's done nothing with the kennel situation. The only examples I saw was she sent me a insurance policy, and I think it covered her dog up to $300,000, if I recall. But that's it. That's the only thing I was sent other requirements of the order.
So you're not aware if there's a secondary barrier or a key locked room or anything like that?
No.
Okay. One last question, and that is what the classes are offering is to close off their backyard with the existing fence. Would that be acceptable to animal control, knowing the height is not up to standards?
No, that wouldn't be acceptable. The previous pictures I showed you on the left shows a chain, like maybe a 3.5 foot chain link fence with growth. The backyard is a 6 foot with the vegetation. I don't know how sturdy that is. That wouldn't be acceptable. And the other fence is actually the Romanowskis. That's not even their fence. So, like I said, the situation of now, their backyard is absolutely not suitable to bring back jacks.
Okay. Any other testimony?
I have my mom and my mother-in-law both on the line.
Raising your hand. Okay, what do you wish to have them say?
I'm here. I can speak. I am Sarah's mother.
Okay.
I actually have gotten them the 6 foot privacy fence with a gate to shut off the backyard. The officer is saying, I'm sorry, I don't know his name. The officer that just spoke is saying that the chain link fence on the one side is like 3.5 feet tall. It's a 5 foot tall fence with vegetation grown over it. I don't know why he's saying that wouldn't be acceptable. I mean, a 6 foot, 5 foot, 6 foot fence completely around the property, and then stating that the one side of the fence is the Romanowskis. They're the ones that are the complainants, I seriously doubt that they would be removing that fence. And if they did, then we would put up another fence. I would help her get a fence put up. Jax is, as Sarah said, is a part of their family. It's one of their children. They've raised him since he was born, as well as the mom and dad that are on the premises. Those dogs, and I'm going to be very honest, when they got pit bull puppies, I was not happy about it because they have a reputation. And they assured me that they're raising the dogs. They're not rescue dogs. They're not fighting dogs that they took, they got from somebody else. They've raised all 3 of them since they were born. They are, once I actually stayed there for 4 days while they went on vacation, I got to know the dogs. They have no aggression. They are loud barkers. They actually kind of talk to you with their barks, but they are not aggressive at all. And watching the video, Jax's tail is wagging. And people who know animals, especially pit bulls, know that when they're in attack mode and they bite, they don't let go. The little girl next door said she put her hand in his mouth and opened his mouth up and he let go of the dog. If he was in attack mode, that would not have been the case. I understand their nervousness and being afraid to go outside because there's loud, big dogs next door. But if they took them a minute to have the owners introduce them to those dogs, they would see that those dogs are very sweet, gentle dogs. They're just big mouths. So I just know that my grandkids cry every night because their puppy isn't there, and it's heartbreaking. I understand that they've been, their lives have been altered, but so have my grandchildren and my daughter, and it's heartbreaking that they can't figure out some way to get to know the dogs and see that he was playing with that dog. That dog runs up and down the fence line, barking and yapping at those big dogs, and they would do the same thing with them. They were playing. Unfortunately, he plays a little rough, apparently. And, like you said, they offered to, do whatever needed to be done. She just told him to get off the property. It's sad, but I think they've learned the lesson that the dog jumps the fence and they're going to take whatever precaution they need to make sure it doesn't happen again so that they can have their dog back living with them. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. And anybody else wish to testify?
Yes, this is Karen Kleiss. I'm Eric Kleiss' mother. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. I kind of just wanted to reiterate what everybody else has been saying. I've had all 3 of their pit bulls over at my house, and I have 2 labs and a golden retriever. They all play together nicely. I've been over there. The dogs are very, very gentle, and they do love the kids, and I know the kids are definitely missing the dogs. I actually had an incident where my dog bit one of their dogs in my lab, and the pit bull ran away. So they're not aggressive, even when another dog goes after them. Oh, and that was the gray one my son was talking about. But I just, like I said, that he is a very sweet puppy. He's a young dog. I don't even think he's 2 yet. And he's just, they do bark a lot. I will agree. But and I've been in their house. I've been in the backyard. And if they could fence in the one side, like Robin said, then they should be fine in the back. And that will actually alleviate the barking as well, because they won't see as many people coming down the street. But I just kind of wanted to throw my 2 cents in and vouch for the dog too. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else that wishes to testify? Yes, Romanowski.
Amanda Romanowski. I just wanted to say, when you guys said on the video that the dog was not circling me, he definitely was circling me, and that's what aggressive dogs do. They circle and their tail sticks straight up in the air. Trust me, I love dogs and everything. I get your dog is sweet, I understand, but it's not, if your dog is shaking my dog like this, he's trying to break his neck and kill him, because that's what they do, and it's not playing. My dog is very small. He is not a big dog. He's actually doesn't have a lot of he's just not. How is my dog gonna provoke your dog? He's a small dog. Yes, his paws were on his chest and his head was back like that in the video when the attack happened, but you know why that happened? Because his feet were dangling like this, and you can hear him go because he was crying. It was so scary, and our screaming was not because we were nervous. It was because your dog was going to kill my dog, and I do not condone to that. I do not condone to that. And you saying that he was not circling around, he definitely was, because it was me and my grandmother watched it. And the dog did jump the fence. The gate was not open. I stood there with my dog and I watched your dog jump the corner of the fence the first time and the second time.
I would like to say that my mom, who is here, and she can be a witness if you'd like, she did witness, in addition to Amanda, that the dog jumped over the fence on the 4th of August. The other thing I would like to say is, you guys say that these are not aggressive dogs, and the dog in question, Jax, is not aggressive and he's so lovable. Well, that may be your experience with him, but that's not our experience with him, okay? He jumped the fence. He came after my daughter and my dog, not once, but twice. And then the second time, we thought we were going to make it inside the front door, and Jax came up behind the two of us and latched onto his throat. I did not start screaming until I noticed, I looked down and I saw that he had my dog in his mouth and he was thrashing him around. That's that story. The other thing is, let's
He
see.
would not let go. That's why I shoved my hand into his throat and did this so his jaw would let go, because he was not letting go.
He was not letting go. He was not letting go. And if you watch the video again, you'll see that the two of us in the middle of all this kept looking over there to see if somebody is going to come. And I am, like I said, I am not only testifying on our own behalf, I'm also testifying on the community neighbors. And you know what? For those kids that you have in that daycare, I would hate to see a dog like Jax go after one of those little children over there. That would be devastating.
You're not supposed to have pit bulls in daycare. It's the law.
It's actually not the law. I'm a licensed daycare provider.
I would also like to say that this incident here is not based on our anxiety or our fear of pit bulls. We're merely basing this on our own personal experience. When you guys first moved in, you said, oh, these dogs are so nice and whatever. They don't hurt anybody. We have 10 kids in a daycare. So if you go back and watch the video, on the 14th, I came out and stood on the porch because, according to you, your dogs are not dangerous. So I stood there and I just tried to get Amanda to walk back up. Now, if I thought that, against what you said, that the dogs were biters, then I would have gone over to Amanda. So I was following what you had said about how your dogs are not aggressive. And I stood there on the porch and I coaxed her up. When the dog came up behind us and bit Duke on the neck and started thrashing him around, I was completely caught off guard. So none of this has to do with my level of anxiety towards pit bull. It has to do with our own personal experience with what happened. It also has to do with the fact that my dog was severely injured and it took him about 3 weeks or so to recover. And that's what this is about.
And he's nervous. He's very nervous now because of it. Like there's loud noises or something, or dogs outside. He just shakes and stands in the window. Like, this is trauma.
I'm sorry. I have to disagree with that. Just 3 days ago, Eric was outside closing the pool, and your husband was outside, Jen. And your dog was running up and down the fence line barking, and that's when my two other dogs ran over and started barking back at them. I took my dogs, put them inside, and
I have
then
video footage of it.
yes. So I mean, your dog definitely does run the fence line and bark, trying to play playfully. I think it's all play, trying to play with our dog, and
You know what? Latching onto my dog's neck and ripping it apart.
Hey, everybody
not
take
playing.
Yeah.
Newsflash.
This is
ridiculous.
bickering amongst themselves. This is not testimony.
Right. This is ridiculous.
Phil, could you play the video again to clarify the circling issue? Because I think I saw it myself.
Are you referring to the 4th or was it 14th?
The 14th, yeah. Just the part where Amanda, I believe, is walking from the left side of the screen, back, trying to get back home.
I got you. When she's approaching it, I think it's a bit better. Might be the one after the fact. There she's out there. Go. Was that the one, Ed?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, do we have any more testimony before we close for deliberations?
Yeah, can I say something? The video
Yes.
that you just showed, he did not circle her. He ran up to her, ran over to the mailbox, went around her as she walked straight up to the house. He did not circle her. He was not aggressive. There was no aggression in that video whatsoever.
I would disagree in the fact that there was some aggression when the dog was being shaken around on the front porch. So
But that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the point that he just brought up, that he was circling her and was aggressive towards the girl, because he was
All right.
not.
All right.
Okay.
All right, are we ready to close for deliberations?
My
Okay,
husband
we have-
has one thing to say.
Yes.
I just had to say something. When I spoke to Eric that one day, I told him it had to be done. 10 days later, the same scenario. He come up on the porch after the dog. Is that enough aggression? That's the way I see it. And with them next door, we try to be neighborly, and everything. And I just stopped talking to them since then. But what the main thing is, the thing that makes me mad is that how they say the dog is so friendly. Yeah, okay, it could be friendly, but it wasn't friendly to my dog that day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so.
All right. We are now closed for deliberations. Tom?
So, the obvious thing here is this dog is able to jump a 4-foot fence. The dog is being left alone, and it can easily jump a 4-foot fence. Whether the dog was circling or not circling, the dog definitely was out and about and had interest in what was going on with the girl walking back across the street. Coming up to them, approaching their dog on their own front porch, and then have that situation occur. To me, I mean, it's the fence is obvious. I mean, if that's all we're talking about here is we're going to comply with this order, with the fence. I think that obviously if a decent fence is in place, then we just keep the order as it is. I mean, from what I see, I'm sure Jax is a perfectly fine dog and is around people and has great times and everyone's happy with Jax. Until Jax is left to his own devices and can jump a fence and basically do what that I just saw in that video, which is essentially grab a hold of a much smaller dog and do what he wants with it. Because at that point, there's nobody that can stop him. So, for me, that's very scary. Kids, dogs, whatever it is, it really comes down to for that dog to be the good dog that everyone portrays that he is, this order needs to be in place. I mean, that's how I see it.
Thank you, Tom. Ed?
Yes, I believe this is a very egregious offense. Like Tom, and I agree with Tom, the dog is probably really cool in its own environment. The order is to keep it from escaping its environment with a fence. And in my opinion, I think that should have been some forethought when these folks moved in with the dogs. If I had large dogs, I would obviously, common sense would dictate to try to get an anti-digging fence and an anti-jumping fence so that they can be controlled. The pictures of the dog's injuries, uh, it was sickening. It looked like it was half beheaded. And this is it. We don't look at the trauma of the aggressor as much as the trauma to the poor dog that was hurt. And I think we need to look at that family and to be out walking a dog and have another one chase you not only on the sidewalk but right up to the front door to the point where you couldn't even get your dog into your own house safely and you're on your own property. I think that is very egregious, and I believe that the dangerous order should stand fully intact.
Thank you, Ed. Lieutenant?
Yes, I'm in agreement. There were two occurrences here. We're only discussing the second because it was a severe bite. But based on the at large the first time, at large the second time, after being warned, hey, we got a problem with your dog, and then this type of incident occurs again on their property. I think the order stands.
Okay, Elizabeth?
Here we go. Okay, just a few additional comments there. Sorry. One, nobody intended for this to happen. Mr. Kleiss and Ms. Kirk did not want this to happen. It's obvious that they, it's not a good thing for them and their family either. And certainly for Duke's family, it's extremely terrifying, and really in these cases, as we've acknowledged many times over, but I think it's important to do it again, it's traumatic for everyone. When something like this happens, it happens extremely fast. People are terrified, rightfully so, everybody. And things happen really quick and emotions run extremely high. And it's unfortunate that this is the start of the people just moving in next door, and this starts the neighborly relationship. I think that's part of what we're hearing today. What I hope moving forward is that the order helps in the resolution of safety and rebuilding that relationship so everyone can live really comfortably together in that neighborhood, which is I think what everybody wants. And Mr. Kleiss, I do appreciate his testimony and that he did swear himself in, and he did acknowledge that he didn't want this to happen, and he understands the emotions coming from Romanowski's. So I think it's good to point out. The other thing that I always like to remind everyone that in this case, it's the circling or no circling. The dog was interested. Jax was interested in Duke. That's it. I mean, come on. Totally, the dog had a lot of interest in Duke. That's what we could see. That was the target in this situation, and it's clear that Jax made some effort in getting it to Duke, and that's significant. He made effort. He made effort to get out and get on the porch. That's not every dog is going to do that. And then the injuries themselves. The injuries themselves, puncture wounds are one thing, crushing wounds are another. This dog had both. That's what caused the two surgeries, and therefore it is when you're looking at it from just the injury standpoint, these are severe injuries. It happens, and I'm not going to tell you that it's not easy to happen when you have a big dog and a small dog. We see this all the time. So it happens quickly, and the damage can be quite significant when you have such a size difference. So what else? I just want to acknowledge the comments that kind of people talk about, and I understand why they say this about the breed, pit bulls, and so on. And I feel I can speak for the commission, but I know I can speak for myself in saying that it is not a breed issue for me. It's irrelevant, wholeheartedly irrelevant to the case. What breeds the dogs are. This is about what happened. And I'm just very hopeful, and I really think that this can be a successful case. I think Mr. Kleiss and Ms. Kirk have a setup that they can modify that everyone can be okay. So that's the good news in this situation. And I, therefore, based on everything and all of the circumstances, I would uphold the order as is.
Okay, I think all the commissioners are in agreement. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion that the order stands.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Can I make,
Philip?
I'm sorry, just, maybe, I don't know, I think sorry about this, but I think I made this point, that dog aggression, dog to human aggression and dog to dog aggression are two separate things. They can be in the same dog at the same time, no question, but we don't translate dog to dog aggression immediately to dog to human aggression. That's not what we do. I just want to make sure that that's out there so that maybe it's helpful to those parties involved in this particular case. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip, we have one more case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Our next,
wait, before we go on, are the parties present? Because I know it's been a long day so far. Otherwise, I think we probably need a 5-minute bathroom break or something for everyone.
I do see them both here, though I
Okay.
would not be opposed to 5 minutes.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes and we will resume. Thank you.
All right, so that'll be 108.
108, correct. Thank you.
Hey, Larry, you around? Actually, I'm not even seeing him on the list. He has disconnected. Let me see if I can give him a call here. We're good. He should be here in half a second.
I'm sorry, my system froze up. I had to reboot.
Alrighty, with your permission, I'll call the next one.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Cheers, no worries. So our next case is Holly Johnson versus Melissa Haneke for 4 citations, 2 for public safety threat, 2 for animal running at large in reference to the animals Murdoch and Huey. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. And actually, we've only got 2 parties, and I've got them right here, so I'll get them up and get them sworn in. Oh, not that one. Alrighty, Ms. Johnson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. It's Holly Johnson, 1446 Jones Station Road in Arnold.
Thank you. And Miss Melissa, can you hear me okay? Oh, you're muted here. Let me ask you to unmute. Get that there. Should be a prompt on your screen or a mute unmute button.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hey, there we go. And if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Melissa Haneke, 1434 Jones Station Road, Arnold, Maryland, 21012.
Thank you kindly. And if you both could affirm this at the end here. Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you both. We may proceed.
Okay, Ms. Johnson?
Yes. Sure. So I sent forward 4 affidavits of complaint, basically 2 on one dog, 2 on the other. One was for running at large, and the other is for aggressive behavior, public safety threat. So the 2 dogs in question came up through our woods in between our 2 yards on the 30th of December at around 2 p.m. And they came onto my property barking loudly at technicians who were down in our basement entrance. Our basement is on the southwest corner of our house, and so that's the corner of our house that's closest to our neighbor's yard. So the dogs came up through the woods, barking loudly. They tried to enter my house, according to the technicians. They closed the door. They were replacing carpet down there, and so they had to have the door open, but they closed the door. When they came up to get the next load of carpet or whatever, the dogs started to, approach them and bark and be aggressive. And then I went out there to tell them to go home because typically they listen to me. And they did not listen to me, and in fact started lunging at me. And so I went into my garage to see if I could find an implement to protect myself. And they followed me into my garage, and I was absolutely terrified. And they were barking, and I was trying to scream down to the neighbors, and nobody heard me. So that happened for about 4 or 5 minutes before somebody came outside. And then it was a woman who came outside, heard me, went back inside, got one of the guys to come out. One of the guys came up the hill through the woods and called the dogs. And after a couple of attempts of calling the dogs, they did respond to him, and they disengaged and went down the hill.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, this occurred nearly 10 months ago. What's transpired since then?
Since then, the dogs have largely stayed on the owner's property. She seems to have done some improvements to the property, and I don't know whose dogs they are. So I just cited Melissa because she was on the property records. That's it. So the dogs have largely stayed on the property until about 2 weeks ago when I was out gardening in my backyard. And one of the dogs, the orange pit bull, along with 3 other dogs, not the bulldog was not there, but 3 other dogs came up and approached me aggressively again, barking. And I had my wheelbarrow there. I was calm. I told them to go home. The lady who was walking them tried to call them. They didn't respond to her for a couple minutes. Then finally, one of them disengaged, and the other 3 kind of took their time getting back home. But so up until 2 weeks ago, I would have said that this problem was resolved, and I would have said, thank you for doing your part, and I appreciate it. But now I'm not so sure, and I do have regular occurrences of service people or myself where the dogs are barking at us and sometimes come up.
Ms. Johnson, you said that a woman was walking those 4 dogs. Were they on leashes?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So she just happened to be with them? And she just happened to be with the pack of dogs?
Yeah, they were on her property and they came up when they saw me.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add?
That's it.
Okay, Melissa?
Hi, yes. So the dogs are, you had said Huey, but this dog's not named Huey. It's Mazikeen. I don't know if that's important, but my dog's Mazikeen and Murdoch. They're not aggressive dogs. They left the property. They went up, and I read the statement, and it sounds like they were barking and being a nuisance, but they're not aggressive. We have people here all the time, coming and going, and they bark. They're obnoxious, but they're definitely not mean. I apologize that they went on to your property. Our properties are joined. I have 3 acres. I believe she has 3 acres, and there's like a forest between us. I have the dogs. The reason they haven't gone up there is because I have them on beep collars now, beep and shock collars. So they don't leave the property. I don't let them out without me with them. They just didn't have their collars on that incident that happened 2 weeks ago, which their collars are all charged up and they have to wear them all the time so they don't leave me.
So the 4 dogs are yours?
They're my dogs.
Okay.
They're all my dogs.
Okay, thank you.
So that's all I would say is that they aren't aggressive. I would really like to. The other thing I did want to say, the neighbor that lived there prior to Miss Holly living there, they were really sweet people, and they used to feed the dogs and give them treats. They bought them Christmas presents, so they kind of got accustomed to going up to that property. Unfortunately, that's not been the same relationship that we have had. Actually, we've never really met each other except for that one day when she was upset because they were on her property. So but they aren't aggressive dogs at all. They're really nice. People come and go from here constantly, and they are barking. They are definitely going to, you know, barking at folks when they come up, but you can just tell them to shut up and they'll listen.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, did you get animal control involved at all?
I called animal control to see what I could do. Since the dogs had left, there's really nothing I could do. So I figured there was no reason to call them. They told me if I filed an affidavit of complaint, they would investigate it. So I don't know if they investigated it or not.
Okay.
I did write new affidavits of complaint for the 4 dogs. Well, 3, because I don't remember what the 4th one looked like. But I gave those. I've sent those in earlier this morning. But I may not actually file them. You know, I sent them in for your review, but I may not actually file them, depending on the outcome of this.
Okay. The charges you made were based on the December 30th incident, and why not the one 2 weeks ago?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I will. I haven't decided yet. I was absolutely terrified in December. You know, those 2 dogs were not friendly at all.
Okay.
That bulldog in particular was you know, aggressive. The pit bull, I've dealt with him before, and typically when he's by himself, he will listen to me. But when he's with other dogs, that dog doesn't listen either. So, you know, I appreciate that they are on, you know, some kind of an invisible fence or something, and that's great. But and I've never complained about the barking. We've lived here 5 years, so that tells you how long we've been in this house, and no one has fed that dog, any of those dogs, in 5 years. So for them to still think that they own this house is a problem, and for them to come up into my property and try to intimidate me and service people, it's a problem.
Thank you. Anything else to add?
That's it.
Melissa?
No, sir.
It sounded like your defense was that the collars were not charged, but you weren't denying the fact that the dogs were at large or apparently a threat in the view of Miss Johnson. Is that correct?
So I don't feel like they were a threat. They were at large, and I don't feel like they were a threat. They do bark, but they're not aggressive or threatening. I'd like to actually introduce them to Miss Johnson if we ever have an opportunity,
Yeah.
so that way she wouldn't be feel like they were, because they're not.
Well, I think I'd be afraid if 2 dogs chased me into my garage, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. Anything else to add before we deliberate?
So I just want to clarify. Let's see. We have 4 citations,
2 on each dog.
2 on each dog for the 12:30 incident.
Yes.
And the collar not being charged was just the one 2 weeks ago. That's not part of today's hearing, correct?
That's the way I understand it.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Okay, if we have no other testimony, we are closed for deliberations. Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it yourself, Larry. I mean, you know, there's no argument that the dogs were at large, and you know, if they were had backed me into a garage and you know there was nobody around to help me get them out, I feel like they were being aggressive also. So I feel like you know, we need to uphold these.
Thank you. Ed?
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree with Tom there. I understand it was 4 dogs.
No, this incident is just 2 dogs in December, not the 2 week ago incident.
Oh, okay. And it's 4 citations, just
2 on each dog.
Two on each dog, 1 for, okay. I would hope that a little, you know, and I hear some friendliness in there a little bit. I would hope that there would you know, and these are just citations. I know it's not a PDO or a dangerous order or anything like that, but I would hope that some extra care could be taken to keep the dogs off of the complainant's property. Having that said, um, I believe the citation should stand. Two for each dog. You know, on one incident, I'm kind of a little back and forth on that, but I
Well,
don't believe.
Ed, keep in mind, there are two different citations for each dog. It's not
Right,
two
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's an at-large. Whoops, it's an at-large and
Public safety threat.
Right, it's public
Yeah.
safety threat. Yeah. Um, you know, and that's the only question in my mind right now would be two on each dog. Is that an overkill or?
I think my opinion would be if when Larry asked the question and said, you know, if there's anything, how's this improved? Has this improved? And then 2 weeks ago we had an incident, and the reason for the incident is because the animals were not their collars weren't charged. You know I think that can't happen. That's what I think. I mean, I think that like I hear where you're going, and I'm always willing to kind of cut someone a break and let's just go with 2 citations here and call it a day, and then everyone learns because there's been an effort made to make this better. But if that effort isn't kept up 100% and we still have the dogs coming down the street, I feel like that's why I'm leaning towards maybe keeping all four in place.
Well, and like I said, I agree with you, Tom. I'm just the demeanor of both parties here. It seemed like they were trying to work toward a common goal, and that's the only thing I'm torn with. But I guess I'll just leave that and wait and hear what the other commissioners have to say. But yes, you're right. There should be some responsibility. They can't just be walking up on somebody else's property, and especially when they have workers at their house, and they can't be chasing the person on into their garage and stuff. And I do understand that. So I'll wait and listen to my fellow commissioners.
Okay, Lieutenant.
I'm in agreement that it's the at-large and the public threat. She admitted it. There's nothing challenging.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Let's see. So I agree that, man, two on each dog. I think that definitely, obviously, the running at large. There's no question, and it's unfortunate because what we heard was that there has been, good progress. I mean, this wasn't the only incident. This was just the one that was the scared Ms. Johnson, justifiably scared her, enough to have her do the affidavit. So, and then there was a lot of improvement, which I think is really good. I think there was improvement there. And then, the 2 week ago thing is kind of unfortunate because I think it sort of takes us back a little bit. And if that hadn't happened, it would be a different story for me right now. I think Ms. Johnson has been very reasonable as a neighbor, extremely reasonable. I do think Ms. Haneke, I do think that she understands. I really do, and I hope so because, her dogs may be very, very friendly dogs, but you're right. You have two big dogs coming to your house, and it can be intimidating. And if you don't know those dogs, it can be a very intimidating situation. So the way that Ms. Johnson has interpreted it and the actions that she's taken, are reasonable. But I don't think I think she's looking to resolve the situation. Not there's no, these are people who are both seem to be very neighborly individuals, and I think that this is definitely an opportunity for them to have discussions and really solve the problem. So I am a little torn about the public safety threat one. I mean, like I said, if it weren't for the incident 2 weeks ago, it would be different. But So I don't know. I'm a little bit on the fence on that one. I think this is a nice door that's been opened for the conversation. I think there needs to be some accountability for the running at large. Doesn't sound like the commission as a whole is, so I can go with all four, but I would also consider just the two, one on each dog.
Okay. I think you put it very well, Elizabeth. Ms. Johnson has been very reasonable. She could have filed 4 additional at-large charges based on what was going on 2 weeks ago. So I think she's being reasonable, trying to send a message, and hoping, to be good neighbors in the long run. So, I support the 4 charges because it could be a lot worse. So do we have a motion? Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that it be considered one occurrence, one at large and one threat. Being it was just 2 different dogs, it was still one occurrence. She's being charged for the December event and not the one a couple weeks ago. So that'll be my motion. It'll be one charge for, one citation for running at large and one citation for threats to the public. That'll be my motion.
So just to clarify, that's all 4 citations that are being heard today.
That's the only thing before us, right? We're not.
There are 4
Yes.
before us.
Yeah,
2 and
so I'm
2.
making a motion that we find guilty or offending for 1 count of running at large and 1 count threat to the public, being it was 1 occurrence. It wasn't just that it was 2 dogs, it was still 1 event.
Wait a minute, does everybody understand that?
I don't actually. I mean, it was 1 event, but each dog did the same thing. Each dog is going to be charged separately.
So if nobody seconds it, then we can go by the wayside and we'll go with 2 each.
Yeah.
I want to clarify the motion. The motion is that, so you're saying only do it on 1 dog, 1 running at large, 1 public safety threat? Is that?
Correct. I look at it as 1 event, so that's why I'm saying 1 each.
Be like cutting it in half, I suppose.
Yes, from 4 to 2.
So that would be, can I further clarify?
So 1 dog's getting off scot-free.
Right, so that would be, I'm assuming that you're talking about so she did say that the bulldog, I believe it's the gray bulldog, was the one that was more
Aggressive.
forward?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, I'm just making sure I understand what the.
I'll withdraw my motion. I'll withdraw my motion and have somebody make a clear motion. My motion withdrawn.
Okay, do we have a new motion on the table?
You didn't have to withdraw it. I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same thing.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we uphold all 4 citations.
I'll second that.
All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we have 3 yes votes. That's a quorum. It passes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Just
good luck to them. No, I think they have a great chance of working things out. So I'm
right.
happy that. Yeah.
Philip, Philip, you raised your hand.
All right. Yeah, I keep muting the headset, but not the computer. Just to clarify, Elizabeth and Lieutenant Ravenel, those were no votes or abstaining?
I'm abstaining.
Ditto.
Got it. All right.
All right. Before we adjourn, I have some of the meeting minutes from the last couple of meetings, but we're not going to vote on them today because there's a mistake in one of them that needs to be corrected. So we'll do them all next time. And do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? It's unanimous. Right. Thank you all. It's been a wonderful time.
Thank you.
All right, bye now.
Thank you, Phil. Another good job.